Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy. Oh.
McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amounts of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Very, yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low. Relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
Okay. So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean website?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work. Or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Ghana for start
dating work. Now Ghana for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
Or
10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I go see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They go call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, I tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person. Care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We say we be anybody, but we go on more. We go do anybody now. No, if we baby na aba, baby na. But the Kaswa di na apesesa. But here we had here. Bonibia any year. Na hase so. No do kwa na minimum. So di bono kwa no abehu.
I've been from Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa ho ho so okro mu pa. Dey when ho ho okro nkra be hu nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me pon adwuma me ba say ipie kwan ne ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho ho nko an na no mu yi om e was second bus stop on ubisa ho say we omo kwan ade be chi no yes ka so ade be chi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto infan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wokuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no Emma sad in Tinipakon no some beba abetna.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system. And we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict. they get if they stand in a courtroom, but have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in that house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First maybe say me I learn the work self. You know, we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the out bless now. He call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. We everywhere.
We bless.
Me bless. Me Yahoo bless now. He call say me see try it if I feel see it. Na theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call it do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoins, he call it pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know, call it pay again. You know, let me want call it do. I call it rent herself. When that my friend only me say, since I don't, he don't try for me, don't come out. Because he may only me want it do. Money not be coin again. That my friend, my sister, friend, call tell my sister say, in get person, me dey Ghana, yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. And call tell her say, okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number, make me go turn. And call to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana, yeah, in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number, call talk. Say, see work me they do China work. Now cause I never do China work before. Now dating work. Now yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say, okay, man, no worry. Say this one so now just new all day. Whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. Now so I don't know that before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As a can make when I go his house, he lock me put for his house. He told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to 12 my line break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go so I say I'll fit do one. Me I don't the work and the work. Don't use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Where's my call me for there? they never see collect money. About 5 boys may come me for the.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting, like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day. But he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe, and I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. They said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night. But the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act. And what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. Never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to like explain. So I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like, give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly, even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. That's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. A friend may get office like other one boys they collect money. Other one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know they before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all park their car, we all be like Tiri car, join. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. You also finish us. They all finish us. Finish. Also maybe they can see the work. How you can see me?
Na the beating.
Na the beating. The
okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah. Na beating. You all come. You all give us all of us aspirin. You all beat to we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So and say repeat us. Even chairman will have that small bottle. That one there. But when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That small axe. You have it say. That's why.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. Then we will be cooking, we will be washing, doing, we will be sleeping, Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we eat again. Then we not even have time to rest. Then we.
Mr. Speaker, they are not taking care of dialysis patients completely. All the insurances in the US do part payment, even Medicare. In the US, in the UK, the NHS says no, there's no dialysis. So in Ghana, this is what an entity has done. A private sector, I don't know who they are. To provide, you make noise about this as if government has failed. It's not a responsibility of government. The management decision in Kolebu of placement was an expensive decision. And for that matter, government coming in to help is a good step because we practice mixed economy, where government has a right to intervene when it has to do. But for sustainability, government cannot do it. And we must create the enabling environment for the private sector to help. Mr. Speaker, I say this because in the budget is a new center for nephrology in Kolebu, and that is state-of-the-art one that is going to attract a lot of people across the globe to come over here. We can't play the ostrich. We can't attempt to run this institution down by going for free things for the Ghanaian, and you cannot sustain it. Mr. Speaker, I say it here because my colleagues on the other side have made so much noise about this. I felt minority has to do their job, and they've done the job. But to me, I thought it was too much of politicization, which was needless. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that the NDC overtly politicized healthcare? There again, I go to La Hospital. Mr. Speaker, yes. La Hospital wrote a lot of reports and letters for the NDC and the John Mahama administration to have come to their aid. It was flooding. Structural integrity assessment shows that the building was over 40 years, it was collapsing. There were a lot of letters over there. In April 2017, the Minister of Health found the need to meet the Director General of Ghana Health Service with the management of LA. April 2017, and they saw the need to bring it down and to bring a new hospital. Mr. Speaker, why do we carry the press to go to the grounds to show as if the MPP's thinking of bringing a new hospital in La was a mistake? Why do we take the press to go to that place to create the impression as if somebody don't like the Ghan people? If somebody loved them, the NDC could have loved them better because they had all the reports to have break it down. They didn't do it. Mr. Speaker, there again, it's overt politicization which is totally needless. Mr. Speaker, it is not only La which is taught. In my region, in Ashanti region, Confanochi Maternity Project is taught. It's taught because the Paris Club external financing is under debt restructuring. And there is no way they can continue without pace in Confanochi again. La was part. In the Eastern region where the president comes from, and then the Minister of Finance also comes from, their Eastern Regional Hospital is taught. Why do we create the impression in Accra, of which La financing is external? You create the impression as if people don't like the people of the Ghana state, people don't like the people of La, so government has come to their aid. They have made available about 50 million from the GOJ to get the contractor to go on site. What are they going to do for the people of Ashanti region, whose maternity project is also stopped? Over politicization of healthcare would catch up on you people one day in future. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so again? I put it squarely on their doorstep that you met Eurojet project. The financing was achieved. 2 regional hospitals, 6 district hospitals. You did not do anything about it.
Honorable Member, don't forget, the Speaker was the Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, I take you from the fact that your able chairman is guided on facts.
I don't want to draw your attention to the fact that 2012, I was a minister. And I have the facts. I know you very well. And so when you speaking nothing but the facts, I will intervene. Now when you veer off, the temptation is for me to draw your attention, not to go there.
Mr. Speaker, let us speak.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thanks for the reminder. But perhaps it may also be important to remind the Speaker that our rules provide in Order 90, because we are debating, Mr. Speaker shall not take part in any debate before him. So, Mr. Speaker, I will appeal to you to resist the temptation.
I'm happy you read the order. It says, Mr. Speaker shall not take part in the debate. Mr. Speaker is not debating. Mr. Speaker is drawing his attention to an irresistible fact, which is judiciously known, and that, please, don't go to areas that can generate the Speaker to come in. So I am not debating. I just, please, debating is not guiding or drawing the attention of somebody to an existing fact. That's not debate. Debate connotes controversy, where you disagree on issues and each person is bringing out his part of the story. I have not done that. I'm just drawing his attention not to move into some area, that's all. But the facts are known, they are on record. Yes, Doctor.
I take note of your intervention, but your able chairman is if you had given him some time, you would have seen the grounds to which I make my submission, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, I would say on any day again that the Euroject project is seeing the day of light progressively under the MPP government. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I would say that in that spirit, you needed the NDC have done same. And then the MPP, the NDC secured financing from government for the Western region, 6 projects. Credit to the NDC, and the MPP is doing it. It did not store the project. Progressively, they have made and they are using it in the Western region. That is the trajectory I'm coming from. I'm coming from a point that the people
were sourced by NDC, not MPP. It's a fact. I was the minister. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to debate you.
You know,
but respectfully,
please, I'm compelled. Listen, honorable members, I'm compelled to come in because he started on a very good note, and you were the other side politicizing the health sector that are not correct. I should draw your attention.
Mr. Speaker,
if you hadn't attacked that issue,
Mr. Speaker, I will not debate you on any day.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I will not. But respectfully, I disagree with you, Mr. Speaker, but I will submit to your intervention. You are father and you are wise man. Let's make peace here. Let's make progress. The wise man has spoken. Mr. Speaker, in this case, I will traject to a new area that is talking about better managers of health sector in the country. The MPP by far are better managers of health sector in the country, in spite of the difficulty of the economy. Mr. Speaker, under the NDC, projects that they completed, that will say on any day, Regional Rich Hospital, UGMC, Dodowa. Add some more to it, Thomas. Add some more to it. You cannot. But I can say a lot of them, so I sit down today, and I'm going to do that. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here, the NMS project that was initiated under the NDC, of which only one of them in Dodowa saw the day of light, glory be to that, the NDC, for what you have done. Amen. However, for Mina, it was about 40%. As I speak to you, completed under us, we are not political. We continue what you have to do. The good people of Ghana deserve better. Takrade, the flats over there that you left about 22%, well completed for you. Abetifi, Yamutu, not done. Garu, Yamutu, not done. Kumewu, 100%, we completed for you. Now, under the NPP, and listen carefully. Under the MPP, okay, be quiet, take it. That is for you. So be it. Under the MPP, no, Mr. Speaker, under the MPP, as we speak, enormous projects which I stand to be jumping from this document. And we don't manufacture documents, we say it as it is. Mr. Speaker, over here under MPP, there are a lot of projects ongoing, which some of them find themselves under, which some of them, I am going to give you the finished ones, and I will give you the ongoing ones, and then you sum the 8 years of the NDC, and you sum the 8 years of the MPP, and you see that the NDC is nowhere near the achievement of the MPP. Nowhere. I said nowhere. Now, to start with Agenda 101, of which you completed Rich Hospital, University of Ghana Medical Center, Dodowa, and the rest was not finished. Just under, in 8 years, just under Agenda 101, by July next year, as we speak, the progress being made, compared to your woeful progress you made on the other ones which we had to complete for you. Now, if you look at Agenda 111 only, there are a couple of projects in Zone 3 that, Honorable Speaker, I would want members to know of their completion. Honorable Speaker, if you look at these hospitals which are grouped as zones, you see that, for instance, Echuma Kauma is not us, it's the consultants and their report. And you have to go and verify. Echuma Kauma has done 73.27%. Echuma District, Abomusu has done 73.4%. Oferikom Municipal, we've done 70.6%. Doma Central, 69.9%. Asin Central, we have 65. Atuma Iwebiaja North, we have 66. And Ahanta West, we have 63. Akachi North, we have 63. South Daya, we have 62. Mr. Speaker, you are going to have, assuming we are able to do 65% of the Agenda 101. There is no way MPP can do 100% in 4 years. It will never happen. If all governments have done about 8 or 9 in 8 years, we will not attempt. We will not, and I repeat, we will not attempt to do 101 in 8 years. It will never happen. However, with that strength, with that zeal, with that determination, we are going to still have 100% completed, which will be historical ever in the annals of this country. Mr. Speaker, if 60% of them are completed, we are going to have 67,635 jobs created. The Hansas can capture this. If 60% of them are completed, we are going to have 67,635 jobs created. And this, but when we have traversed over 70%, it means by commonsensical approach that they are making a lot of progress, and in the next 4 months it will be done. This is a government that thinks of the youth. You cite a lot of hospitals, it creates a lot of jobs. And that is the progress we have done in the health sector. Never in the history. The MPP has built its own history. President Kufuor did a lot, but we have set a new standard in the health sector. And we should not go over politicizing and make a lot of noise as if a lot has not been done. A lot has been done. And we are better in the 8 years than the 8 years of the NDC. Mr. Speaker, the health insurance. Because universal health coverage is talking about health financing without constraints. I'm happy for the progress we have done in health insurance. There again, I stand to acknowledge.
Honorable Member, I'm adding you 2 minutes because of the intervention.
There again, Mr. Speaker, I stand to acknowledge the strength of the minority of my committee. Together we have lifted Ghana and made a lot of progress. And that is what we stand to as a group. Over politicization makes no sense. To anybody.
Honorable Kwame Abuja. That is a leader.
Mr. Speaker.
A leader is entitled to, from the agreement, 25 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, your deputy. I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the budget statement as presented. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague, the chairman of the Health Committee, who is a fine gentleman, make his presentation. I just want to remind him that he didn't make the commitment about Agenda 101. The person who made the commitment for Agenda 101 said, on 17th of August 2021, said, I shall complete all the Agenda 101 projects within 18 months. He's a scientist. Hey, can you calculate 18 months from 17th August 2021 and tell me whether you have actually delivered on that? So if you want to be the president and make your own commitment, you should have contested when they were doing the primaries. The person who wanted to contest is one of you who was Honorable Kenya Japan, who you didn't vote for. So the next time contest, you didn't make the promise. So the president has failed the agenda. Whether he complete 99% another time, he has failed the commitment. Mr. Speaker, let me make this few comments. Mr. Speaker, this budget was presented by our colleague who is not a member of parliament, Honorable Ken Ufuriata. I'm just wondering, when I see my colleague from the other side giving him funds, whether Ghanaians can trust the lot here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I see you have here a news by City Newsroom. All MPs now want Ken Ofori-Atta removed by majority leader. You didn't want the person to be the finance minister. Yet you read the budget, you are giving him funds. You cannot be trusted. None of you can be trusted. Because you cannot walk your talk. If you can be trusted, you should have asked. In fact, the day he was reading the budget, you should have left the room. So all of you, including even the deputy whip, didn't vote for the president. How do you call it? Vice president. So I'm saying that when you have a situation, the person who read the budget, you didn't want him to read the budget. The vice president who wanted to be your candidate, almost 40% of you rejected him. Yet you want him to be the one giving us the future. In fact, he lost in your constituency, honorable leader. So what is your point? The vice president lost in your constituency. I don't even know what you're standing up to do. Did he not lose in your constituency? He lost. He lost even Honor Afenyo's constituency. You and him didn't vote for him. As a majority leader, he probably voted for him because he wanted to be running mate. But you didn't vote for him. You did not vote for him. So sit down, sit down. You can talk. You cannot talk. You sit down. Mr. Speaker, let's go to that.
Please, majority leader is on his feet. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why my colleagues, anytime we get up, they want to really link me up with something, running mate, whatever. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, my colleague, the former minority leader, was saying that I'm concentrating on my running mate campaign. Mr. Speaker, let me state it here clearly that there is no contest for the position of a running mate. I'm not involved in campaigning for running mate position. Mr. Speaker, it should be loud and clear. It should be loud and clear. And my colleague should also not involve himself in conjectures. He says, I probably voted for the vice president in my constituency. What has that got to do with the budget? Mr. Speaker, finally, let me draw my colleague's attention to the import of Order 93.3. One relevance, and also involving the conduct of a member of parliament. We should stray away from that. I mean, the budget debate is very substantial, and I know you are capable of debating. Don't involve yourself in extraneous matters unrelated to the budget. Go straight. You are capable. Budget. Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable members, the majority leader is right. His name was mentioned, but he's not in contest. And the issue of relevance is important. Please, I said his name was mentioned, but he is not in contest. He's not contesting for the position of. As to there being contest on that one is debatable. I don't want to debate that because, as we rightly observed, the speaker is not to participate in debate. Yes, so Deputy Majority Whip, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I take serious, and I repeat, serious objection to what Honorable Swig just did. It is an attack on me, and I want him to withdraw that now. I am serious about this. You cannot do this to me on the floor of the House. I take serious objection to that. And you cannot start the campaign here on the floor of the House. It is serious, and I want you to withdraw it now. Thank you.
Majority Deputy Whip, I just want to know the words or statement to be withdrawn, because I didn't get you rightly. What is it that he should withdraw?
He said I voted against the vice president in my...
You voted against the vice president?
Yes, and that's whether he was there to know.
Honorable...
And also that he didn't win. Yes,
it's okay. It's okay. Honorable Majority Whip, did you say she voted against the vice president?
Mr. Speaker, I hold here the results of the presidential primaries from Ayawaso West Ogun.
Honorable Majority Leader, you haven't answered my question.
Yes, I'm going to answer the question. I said, Honorable Dr. Baumia got 444 votes in her constituency. Honorable Ken Ejepon got 5 votes from the constituency. Statistically, he is one of those people who didn't vote for Dr. Baumia. That is, I said it. Statistically, she is one of those people who didn't vote for Dr. Baumia. How do you prove? Okay, you can prove that you voted for him. Prove that you voted for him.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow at all. So you have to withdraw that statement about her.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that. I do not have evidence that she particularly voted for or didn't vote for Dr. Baumia. But the fact remains that Dr. Baumia lost in her constituency.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, again, the issue of relevance comes in. So please, relevance.
Mr. Speaker, I move away as advised by the Majority Leader, the Leader of the House. I'll be speaking a lot on the roads because, as we know, Mr. Speaker, maybe he will also take objection. The fact is that this House has approved a loan for the construction of interchange in his constituency. He is a member of cabinet, yet his own government has refused to do the project, and demonstrations upon demonstrations have been happening in his constituency. Maybe he will say that this one is also not true. I will sit down if you want to take an objection against me. He's free to do that one as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would make. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the Minority Chief Whip was going to do the needful by withdrawing or apologizing to the lady.
He did it.
When he makes an untruthful allegation against her. I thought he was going to do that. He has not been graceful enough to withdraw and even apologize to the lady. Second, he now says that the NPP administration has refused to construct the Swami interchange. Mr. Speaker, what is the evidence in that? That government has refused to do that. If you are saying that government has not as of yet done that, I will agree with you. But to say that government has refused, willful intent. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Abuja, don't certify yourself with the accolade of being an embodiment of controversy. Don't do that. You are capable of rising above that and engage in very useful debate. You can do that. Please don't do that. Don't do what you're doing.
Please, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, did you withdraw the statement against the Majority Deputy Whip and apologize to her?
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I said, and I repeat, Honorable Lydia, that I have no proof you voted for or against Dr. Bawumia, so I apologize. But the fact remains, Dr. Bawumia lost in your constituency. Is that true? Mr. Speaker, I've done the needful. Mr. Speaker,
now the issue about Swami interchange. You said government refused, and the majority leader has taken objection to that. What do you say?
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has served this country for a very long time. In this house, I was one of those people who stood and supported the bill to pass an agreement for a loan agreement to build a Swami interchange. And we caution that once we do this, the government will do the needful. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains, as we speak, there's evidence of demonstrations against a very sick, in fact, you are the only person senior to him in this house. In his constituency, as we speak, the Swami interchange project is not going on. Is it true or not? He came here, Mr. Speaker. We are here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he said that as of yet. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, that interchange project is not going on. He says that I should say that they didn't refuse, but they are not doing it. I don't even know the difference. Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, it's a serious matter. So the interchange is not about him. If you go to Kumasi and you see what is going on there, we ought to do it irrespective of the government that is in power. So I'm only sympathizing with you. That is all it is, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on. This budget was presented on behalf of the President, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. The chairman of the economic management team is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. He cannot say that he knows nothing about this budget. This budget was prepared with the involvement of the Vice President as the chairman of the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, I still don't understand the majority leader. Because of the way you are reacting, that is why I said that when Honorable Atachia was debating yesterday, and my very good friend, the majority leader, he made copious comments about myself and the majority leader. Nobody here made any objections to that. Yes, and I'm saying that Honorable Dr. Atufosin did not take any part in preparing this budget. Dr. Bawumia did. But over 40% of you rejected him during your internal primaries. You didn't want him to lead you internally. But you are saying that this budget is for the future in the name of Dr. Bawumia. If 40% of you don't even trust in him, how can the rest of the country trust in him? 40% of you didn't vote for him. That is the point I'm making. So you rejected him, then you want to sell him to Ghanaians? No, we won't buy him. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the road sector. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to road and transport, Mr. Speaker, before I get there, Honorable Dr. Afiye, a very good gentleman, made some comments about health. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts, and you have served at the health ministry. As we speak, there's no evidence that NPP in the almost 8 years have started and completed any district hospital. Have started and completed. Zero. We can tell you today that when you go to La Gena, I said you have not started and completed, Mr. Speaker. But the La Gena hospital is a very important project. The reason we are not doing it has nothing to do.
Yes, Majority Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the minority chief whip made a statement that is not true. He said the MPP government have not started any hospital and completed. In Tolong, the president Akufo-Addo cut the sword for the construction of the Tolong district hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital was commissioned by the vice president. So it is not true. It is not true. The sword cutting was done by His Excellency the President, and it was commissioned by the Vice President. So it is not true we have started and completed. That is not true. My district is an example, so he should withdraw that. So you should withdraw that.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in a normal day, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be standing up on a point of order against a colleague. But Mr. Speaker, the statement coming from the Deputy Minority Whip is a lie. Mr. Speaker, I am the one who brought the loan agreement for Toron Hospital here in this house, Mr. Speaker, when I was the Deputy Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Toron Hospital, Mr. Speaker, both the loan agreement and the commercial agreement were approved under President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, not only that, Mr. Speaker, the contract was awarded under President John Dramani Mahama. So what is he talking about? Mr. Speaker, please go and look for your records. This is not your record. Don't take someone's record. Please, in the name of Allah, don't take someone's record. This record belongs to President Mahama. Look for your record, because this is not your record.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, Mr. Speaker, for the record, and we've been seeing this on countless occasions. Let it be known, shortcutting and commissioning are not procurement processes. Yes, shortcutting and commissioning are not procurement processes. So this idea that you can wait and do a shortcutting sometimes twice, sometimes do shortcutting twice, and do commissioning is not a procurement process. The facts still remain. Mr. Speaker, I would always give credit, and I've said this a number of times, Mr. Speaker. It was President Kufuor who actually developed and sought funding for Dam project. The real construction took place under NDC. But have we ever had any NDC person taking credit for Dam before? We don't. Mr. Speaker, you have better. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague is eager to debate. The opportunity is there for him to take a slot and debate. But the one he said, let it be known between you and the good people of Toron, the hospital they enjoy today was by President Mahama, not Dr. Baumia or anybody. Mr. Speaker, let me move on. With health, Mr. Speaker, health is very important. Today, we can boast of Accra Regional Hospital called Ridge Hospital. Mr. Speaker, you may be aware that is just one of the phases. The second phase of that project has been suspended by the President Akufo-Addo government to date. Interestingly, today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, right opposite, while they abandon the Ridge Hospital, the next phase, they are building a $250 million Bank of Ghana headquarters opposite. Choose between healthcare and the headquarters of Bank of Ghana. Which one will you choose? Mr. Speaker, today, we can boast of many health facilities under President Mahama. Very importantly, I don't remember the last time a government has started and completed to today. There are people who go to university in Ho, University of Health and Allied Sciences, and become medical doctors. You can go to Cape Coast and do medicine in Cape Coast. These are tangible and sustainable ways of developing healthcare in our country. Which university have you started and completed in your 7 years? Pardon, which one? Mr. Speaker, the record is abysmal. So let it be known. You don't need 7 years to build one district hospital. Okay, as for Agenda 111, it's true. There are many construction sites dotted around the country called Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, but let it be known. You said you will do it in 18 months. The truth is that, Mr. Speaker, it is possible that some of those buildings, civil works, may be completed. But we do not have any money in this budget to equip and make all those hospitals functional within the time of President Akufo-Addo. It will be left for the next government to find finances to complete those hospitals. And I'm not saying hospitals are not necessary, they are necessary. So let the chairman be aware what we have done. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to road, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to commend our colleague the road minister. If there was a price of diligence to the house to be given, I will give it to the road minister for being the most diligent in responding to members of this house. He's answered probably the largest number and religiously come to this house on every Friday to respond to questions. Mr. Speaker, as for whether you do whatever you're asking him to do is another matter. But I don't blame him. Mr. Speaker, we always caution that we should be careful what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, let me give you a brief statistic. When you read this budget, Mr. Speaker, somebody is asking me, why are there so many demonstrations on road-related things in this country? Mr. Speaker, it's just a simple thing. This government's fixation is on building new roads, development. And they have totally neglected maintenance as a requirement. Mr. Speaker, when you put more money into maintenance, you prolong the lives of roads. But this government is determined to build new roads. Mr. Speaker, let me give you one shocking statistic. Even in the 2017 budget, their own budget, page 92, they confirmed that in 2016, on trunk roads, we did routine maintenance on trunk roads, 10,723 kilometers. As of 2016, on feeder roads, we did 16,183 kilometers. On urban roads, we did 9,384 kilometers. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, when they claim the economy has gone bigger, when they took more taxes and other things, do you know how much routine maintenance they did in their own budget? They did, when we did 10,700 kilometers of routine maintenance on trunk road, they did only 4,800. When we did over 16,000 kilometers on feeder roads, they did 8,000. When we did over 9,000 on urban roads, they did poultry 2,000 something. What an appalling record of yours. And you are here telling anybody that you've done better on roads? Yes, Mr. Speaker. The difficulty is that the problem of our roads is financing. Mr. Speaker, let me give you why NDC did better. Under the NDC, in 2016, all the amount of monies we collected through the road fund was 1 billion and then 19,000. Listen, in 2016, the road fund accrued 1 billion and 19,000, but we spent 1,040,000 on roads. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that every money we collected on road fund, we spent on roads. Come to 20 NPP, they collected last year 2 billion and 600,000. They spent only 1 billion on roads. Wow. Road fund is a maintenance. It is the reason we are not able to do much maintenance work. The reason why we have the pothole. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they will tell you that with a collateralized, Mr. Speaker, even in 2016, we were paying for the road fund loans. So, Mr. Speaker, if you see this year's budget, the government is only intending to spend only about 3.5 billion cedis on road-related expenditure. Mr. Speaker, do you know what they have done, Mr. Speaker? In 2016, the entire appropriation bill was just about 50 billion. Will you be surprised if I tell you that the road commitment in this country, as we speak, is almost 100 billion Ghana cedis? Wow. Mr. Speaker, 100 billion Ghana cedis. This is a report by the Minister of Road. I know my chairman hasn't got it because they won't even give him, they deny him also the information. This information is from Minister of Road and Highways. And look at it. Look at your figure. 7 billion, no, the figure is 97 billion 498 million 713 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is not sustainable. And the entire revenue basket for this year is just over 170 billion cedis. How are you going to fund this? Mr. Speaker, but I don't blame our colleague, the road minister. All of us expect him, including me, expect him to fix our road within the shortest possible time. That is just not possible, Mr. Speaker. But the mess on our roads is more apparent during the cocoa board. Cocoa board alone has awarded projects over 21 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, they've got the roads in 3 categories. Category 1 alone, Mr. Speaker, as of February, the interest on delayed payment alone is over 260 million Ghana cedis. Interest on delayed payment means that money is of no value to the contractor, no value to the road user. It's just money that is wasted. Why do we do this? Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when certificates are paid to contractors, sometimes as much as 50% of the value is interest on delayed payment. This is not right, Mr. Speaker.
Not sustainable.
We should do something about this. But the road ministry is trying to do something, Mr. Speaker. It's controversial, but maybe we should think about it. They are not aware that the road minister has quietly decided that half of these road projects are going to be cancelled. They are not yet aware. Half of these projects, in fact, you see, I'm saying they are denying you information, you don't believe it. It is in this document. Yes, you don't even know what is happening in your government. As for you, I know, as for honorable member for the Sudan, I know you will not know. There's a good reason not to let you know. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa board is grossly mismanaging the accruals we give them. Mr. Speaker, it was in this house that I pleaded time and again that a so-called audit on the Cocoa Road project should be laid here. The Cocoa Road chief executive, our former colleague who was a Greek minister, claimed he said he laid it here. I've gone to all the clerks and tell them, show me the copy of the report. None of them can prove to me today that that report has been laid. Because the propaganda by President Akufo-Addo, when they were campaigning, that President Mahama awarded Cocoa Road project to roads that didn't exist, was a lie. It did not happen. You should apologize to President Mahama. Indeed, if the report actually pointed to anything and told, you would have been running to talk about it. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of aviation, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend our colleagues. They have gone to complete the project started by President Mahama at Tamale Airport. And today, you can fly from Tamale, and much of Hajj is done from Tamale now. A very beautiful terminal. Phase 1, the extension of the runway and other things have been done. And then we started the phase 2, and then we didn't actually complete it before they came. They came and completed it. I'll give them credit for that. The same applies to Kumasi Airport. We did the runway, started the terminal building, and then they came and actually took another loan to complete it. Mr. Speaker, stop worrying yourself. I will say it exactly the way it is. I don't lie about things like this. Mr. Speaker, the problem though is, Mr. Speaker, Kumasi Airport project should have been completed by now. Unfortunately, it's also caught up in the same the problem of the debt restructuring. So unfortunately, the project is not completed. We are looking forward to how that project will be completed. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 at Kotoka International Airport is a major income earner for this country. President Mahama refurbished the Terminal 2 and built a brand new terminal at Kotoka. Today, we are all proud when we go through that airport. In fact, that airport has received international credit for many things, and we should pat ourselves in the back as Ghanaians. When it comes to marine, Mr. Speaker, it was this house under President Mahama that saw to the construction of NPS project at the Tema Port. Today, it's a major revenue earner to the country, and we should all be proud of it. Indeed, under the NPP, they have also started some projects at Takrady, which, if completed, will give us a lot of revenue. Then, Mr. Speaker, let it be known that when we talk about Buankra inland integrated logistic terminal, we were hoping that by the time that terminal is completed, there will be a dedicated railway from Tema to the site. Mr. Speaker, what the NPP is doing at Buankra is not a good thing. They are basically building an integrated logistic terminal and expecting the goods from Tema to travel on road to that site. It is not sustainable, Mr. Speaker. It will damage the road. It's not efficient. In any case, if you are an importer and you are in Kumasi, and you can take your goods from Tema, what is the point of taking the goods to another place in Kumasi before you clear it? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we wanted to do. Let me read to you. Paragraph 616 of the 2016 budget. This is what was said in the name of President Mahama. The PPP transaction advisor selected on the construction of the Eastern Railway line to the Buankra port has submitted a pre-feasibility report and currently conducting a full-scale feasibility report. So we were thinking in a way that by the time that project is being built on site, there would have been a railway from Tema going there. You are not doing any railway. So, Mr. Speaker, don't fool the people of Ashanti region. What you are doing will not inure to any benefit to them. You are just thinking of the election. Mr. Speaker, when we come to railway, Mr. Speaker, there's something we should know, Mr. Speaker. The railway project approved in this house, which was called the Tema-Akosombo Railway, this side of the house came and changed the name to Tema and Pakadan Railway, simply because they want to build a bridge over the Volta. But Mr. Speaker, what they have basically done is to turn the alignment of the railway to nowhere. The railway has been at 98% complete for a long period. In fact, when the project is 98% complete, it's substantially completed to be handed over. Mr. Speaker, do you know why they cannot take it over? Because when you take the goods to Pakadan, you can't do anything with it. If we were going to Akosombo, we can put them on the badge. So you have actually caused financial loss to the state. I will encourage you, please find a way of either continuing the railway or build a new port to the side that you have sent the railway to, so that we can utilize it. Today, if we commission it, that railway will be a railway to nowhere. It's a sad story. $500 million spent. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. I listened to Honorable Atachia describing Dr. Bawumia as the best economist in the country. Mr. Speaker, what about Professor John Bafo? What about so many other people? Mr. Speaker, I mean, you cannot say these things. Mr. Speaker, let it be known that when we say we are going to operate a 24-hour economy, we don't mean what Dr. Bawumia is saying. He thinks that we are talking about the operation of 24-hour, don't mind your wife chopper. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about tangible things, and it is feasible. And we shall be proving to you as the times come why it is necessary to deal with unemployment, to deal with efficiency in our public services within 24 hours. Mr. Speaker,
I give you 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to call upon you to find a way of bringing the governor of the Bank of Ghana to confirm whether he is aware that under this government, Cocoa Board is still awarding projects denominated in dollars, clearly against the the Foreign Exchange Act, completely at 723, which forbids any government entity for pricing goods and services in dollars. Mr. Speaker, in this document, many of the projects awarded by Cocoa Board are priced in dollars. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So it's a clear violation of the Act. And I think the Governor of Bank of Ghana must be sanctioned or was brought to this house to explain together with Cocoa Board Chief Executive. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I see nothing good about this budget that anybody should be proud of. If this was done in the name of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, if this is a summary of your 7 years stewardship, this is a summary of disaster. Nobody in Ghana wants to wake up thinking that you get a fourth haircut. Nobody wants to be in this country to feel that you would wake up and be told that you cannot. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, let me ask you this. Can you remember these things? I shall protect the public purse. I am too old to steal your money. Yet the council come there. Try me and see. I am not a corrupt person. We don't need to to take loans. We can just tow the road, the various sections of the road and get money to build our roads. I will transform Ghana in 18 months. I will not operate family and friends government. I will make Cornell Lagoon and Adon River touring sites. I will give each constituency $5 million a year. I will arrest the dollar. A hike in fuel prices will be a thing of the past. I will make Accra the cleanest city in Africa. I will build 101 digital hospitals in 18 months. I will build 350 new secondary schools. I will never go to IMF. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question.
Honorable members,
The Speaker.
We have students from some educational institutions visiting the house. I want to just acknowledge their presence before we continue. We have 4 schools being represented here. Heights Saint School, led by Mrs. Cynthia Sechi Hyde. The school is located at Adentan. And also, you can see the number. I'm sure they will have used about 5 buses. That's a lot of efforts and money. Please, you are welcome. You may resume your seat. We also have Mozano Senior High School. They are led here by one Kojo Esuman. And then the school is located at the Gomua West constituency. Here too, the number is quite large. I warmly welcome you to Parliament. Please resume your seat. We also have Smart Brains International School. Smart Brains International School. They are led here by David Labi Obuabisa. The school is located at Dankwantang, Medina. Please, they are over there. You are also warmly welcome. This is your house. Anytime you can come around. Please resume your seat. And we have Elim School. They are being led by Hannah Nai. And that school is located at La Nkwantanang. La Nkwantanang. It's like, well, the ladies are in the majority. I can see a few gentlemen with them. Please, you are welcome to Parliament. On behalf of the House, I warmly welcome all the students to the Parliament to observe the budget debate. You can resume your seat, please. It's now the turn of Honorable member. You know the rules. You know the rules. What are you doing? It's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Patrick Boama. Boache is a vice chair. He's a vice chair and he's entitled to 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful for correcting my name. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion to approve a budget statement and the economic policy of the government of Ghana for the financial year ending 31st December 2024, moved by the Honorable Finance Minister, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, on the 15th of this month. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Finance Minister when he says we have turned the corner. This is so because an impressive GDP growth of 3.2 in the first half of 2023 far exceeds the 1.5% which was projected. In fact, it's more than double the projected value. Mr. Speaker, this, together with declining inflation, a stable currency, positive current account, positive primary balance, improved debt to GDP ratio, are undisputable facts and data pointing towards economic recovery and stabilization. Mr. Speaker, but I must be quick to make this observation. There is a growing trend of recent years that have bedeviled our economy, and that is the tightening fiscal space. This precarious situation has forced every government to go to the capital market for money. Mr. Speaker, much as I commend the Finance Minister for restoring confidence in the economy, I will encourage him, Mr. Speaker, I will encourage him to be robust in his revenue measures, and also to redouble his efforts towards revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, to support the minister in this regard, I will implore members of this House and well-meaning Ghanaians to endeavor to pay our taxes diligently in order to rake in the needed revenue for national development, such as reconstruction of the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, according to the budget, the health and the social work subsector posted a modest 11.9% growth, which is the second highest in the services sector. Mr. Speaker, the commitment and the investment of this government to improve access and quality of healthcare services in this country is commendable. This has led to serious advancement in the sector. Mr. Speaker, no wonder nowadays in Ghana, we read and hear our hard-working doctors carry out surgical separation of Siamese twins. We hear them do more open heart surgeries. We even hear them do kidney transplantations. Mr. Speaker, this gives me confidence that very soon, with this rate of advancement, the era of prominent Ghanaians flying outside the country to seek medical care will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, again, the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Alhaj Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has established the National Vaccine Institute. And in partnership with the private sector, we are building our capacity to produce vaccines for local consumption and also for the West African market. Mr. Speaker, this will build our resilience and improve our health security preparedness to be better manage future pandemics. Mr. Speaker, in line with principles of state policy, all hospital projects bequeathed to this administration are either completed and operationalized or nearing completion. No hospital project has been abandoned, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, no hospital project bequeathed to this administration has been abandoned. Even the old 46-year-old Konfanochi maternity block, Mr. Speaker, is under reconstruction, and as I speak, it's about 62% progress. Mr. Speaker, the single biggest investment in health infrastructure that has happened to this nation is the Agenda 111 my chairman talked about. Mr. Speaker, is no fluke. So sometimes I pity my friends on the other side who, for sheer out of extreme partisanship, will go and criticize those projects. When your colleagues, your friends, have the projects in their constituencies that are above 60 and 70% completion. And I'm telling you, Ghanaians have recovered from the short memory syndrome. And we are getting more discerning. So if you are a true representative of your people and you criticize such an important project in your constituency that is going to help the country achieve universal health coverage by 2030, then I don't know how true you are in your representation of your people. Mr. Speaker, like my chairman said, the Agenda 111 hospitals is the construction of hospitals in all the 16 regions. Mr. Speaker, that consists of about 102 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, 2 regional psychiatric hospitals, and 1 national psychiatric hospital. Mr. Speaker, by middle of next year, I'm not bragging, we will commission the first 50 of these Agenda 111 hospitals. I think it's a good news because my friend has a hospital in his constituency that is seriously making progress. It's in Isa, in the Dafiama Busia Isa constituency. And he is a happy man because he is proud as a medical officer. He's going to get a good facility in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, when the hospitals are completed, not only will it provide jobs for thousands of health workers, doctors, nurses, and what have you, it's also going to open up businesses in the districts. The hospitals will run 24-hour service, Mr. Speaker. I said the hospitals will run 24-hour service, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this initiative was first announced by His Excellency the President 3 years ago, the doubters, in their usual manner, said it was not possible.
Yes. It is possible. It is possible. It is possible.
Mr. Speaker, it was not surprising though, since we know them very well. We know them very well because free SHS to them was not possible.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, national health insurance to them was not possible.
We made it possible.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, there was 1 minute 20 seconds.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, national health insurance to them was not possible.
It is
His
possible.
Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo becoming president of this country was not possible to them.
Yes.
His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia becoming the leader and flag bearer of the MPP was not possible to them.
It is possible.
Mr. Speaker, myself and my colleagues on this side, we say it is possible.
Again.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat, myself and my friends on this side of the aisle, we say it is possible. Because with God on our side, everything is possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nice one.
Honorable members, I now understand why the former president, His Excellency President Kufuor, stated that the only thing he couldn't resist was temptation. I'm finding it difficult to resist temptation. And I'm struggling to resist it. I'm struggling. So far, I don't know whether I've performed well. But when you are talking about health sector, where I have all the figures and the facts, it's temptation. Yes, now is the turn of the Honorable Peter Nochu Kotoi. You are a ranking member, and so you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance, as required by law, presented the budget statement a week ago. And it was so clear that he did not inspire anybody, not even the majority side, because they felt and realized that the budget was empty. Mr. Speaker, that is why they are not even ready to debate the budget. Mr. Speaker, you will also see or realize that in the budget, the minister engaged in untruths, and I am going to point out one of them. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to paragraph 771. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, government continue to ease the financial burden on parents and guardians in the access and provision of quality education to their wards through the provision of feeding grants for 7,500 students in special schools and capitation grants to all public schools across the country. Additionally, registration expenses of 471,277 registered candidates for public junior high schools for the basic education certificate examinations BECE were paid. Mr. Speaker, this is grossly untrue. Mr. Speaker, I know very well that government is owing West African Examinations Council for the BECE conducted this year. 471,277 candidates were registered at a cost of 80,164,217 cedis 70 pesos. Government paid 50,541,200 Ghana cedis. There is an arrears of 29,623,017 Ghana cedis. So where from this information that government had paid for the registration of BECE candidates? It is not true. It's all lies. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, government is unable to complete payment also for WASE this year. The government is owing 55 million Ghana cedis for the conduct of WASE 2023. And I can say also on authority, Mr. Speaker, that government is also owing for 2022 WASE of 9,700,870 cedis 42 pesos. Government has not paid, and the minister is claiming that they have completed payment. Mr. Speaker, this is not true. And I challenge the Minister for Finance to come with records to show that government has really completed payment for the candidates. Mr. Speaker, going forward, you also realize that if you go to paragraph 33, bullet 1, I quote, improve access to quality senior high school education for about 5.7 million Ghanaians by investing 8.4 billion in the future of our next generation. Mr. Speaker, this information is also not true. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, government is owing a number of suppliers. Those who supplied school uniforms for 2021 and 2022 are yet to be paid of over 100 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, those who supplied food items are still being owed over 200 million Ghana cedis. So the 8.4 billion cedis, what did the ministry use it for? We want to know. Because these are conflicting figures they give us every year. The other time it was 7.5. Then my deputy challenged and it came down to 5.5. Now he is quoting 8.4 billion. We want to know. Mr. Speaker, we also want to know whether these sums of money were used on only feeding or running the school or infrastructure. They are not ready to tell us. We want to know. Mr. Speaker, as we are talking now, the students are writing their end of semester examination. And as a candidate in the school, if you did not run early to the school or the examination hall, you will not be able to get furniture to sit down and write your end of semester examination. This is the situation in which we find ourselves. The whole thing has become so shambolic that if care is not taken, we are not giving any quality education to our children. So to claim that they are giving quality education has a question mark. Because if you go to the senior high schools now, the challenges there are such that government is unable to do so. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the schools also now, you will realize that they are not doing enough of academic work. Those in Form 1 now, who will finish their first year next month, have not done even 30 weeks in school. Previously, we were doing about 30 to 36 weeks as part of the school calendar. But right now, they are doing only about 24 and maximum 26 weeks. So what quality education are you giving to our wards? So the future of these children, Mr. Speaker, we see over here is very bleak because they are not receiving the quality education that they require. Mr. Speaker, if you also look at it carefully, you will realize that even the type of food they are fed with in the school is questionable. Very, very terrible, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, I raised an issue of a canned fish that was provided in the senior high schools. When it was about to expire, then they rebranded the container and made it look as if it was newly imported. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, there is some rice in the system which has been supplied to senior high schools. They call it laments from India. This rice, Mr. Speaker, is maggot infested. Yes. When it was imported in 2021, the suppliers or the importers did not pay for bringing the duty on the rice. So they had to be stored in a warehouse. Now they have nicodemously gone to remove this rice and distribute it to the senior high schools. About 5,000 metric tons, which is over 300,000 bags of rice. The rice is about to expire, a few weeks to expire. They have not distributed them to the senior high schools in the country. And that is what they are feeding our children with. Mr. Speaker, this is so serious that we must look at it carefully. Our children, if we don't take time, when they come back home, they are going to suffer diarrhea and other forms of diseases. Mr. Speaker, now, there is something happening in our school system. Land belonging to schools, especially the senior high schools, are being sold.
Just like they're selling your
Mr. Speaker, Ebenezer Secondary School, go there and see that they have sold all the school lands.
Like how they are
the same is going to happen soon at West Africa Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, do you know the worst of all? The government had a land for UNESCO Ghana. The land has been sold. They have sold the government land for UNESCO Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, that is the only place for UNESCO to have their office situated. They have sold it. We demand to know who sold the land and who is the beneficiary.
Like they are selling the speakers around it.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the situation in which we find ourselves. If we don't take time, we will sell all lands available for developmental projects, especially in our senior high schools and the universities.
Including the speaker's residence.
Just as it nearly happened to you. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where our classrooms are empty. Teachers are not available. Students completed colleges of education in 2022. Now, what is happening is that they are at home, having been trained with public funds. They are not being posted to the schools to teach, and we have empty classrooms all over the place. Mr. Speaker, why are we wasting human resource? Meanwhile, teachers are leaving the classrooms every day because of the poor conditions of service. The government should tell us, since they took office, what new thing have they done about teachers' conditions of service? What have you done? The teachers are suffering. They don't even have the teaching learning materials to teach with. Mr. Speaker, you train teachers, they come out and they have no place to work. And you have wasted government resources. So we are demanding that these teachers must be employed. You go and employ non-teaching staff over the teaching staff who must be in the classroom to teach. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a need for the Minister for Finance to come again and make money available for newly trained teachers to be recruited. If those in the cities have teachers in their classrooms, those of us from the rural constituencies, we don't have. So there is a need for government to make sure that teachers who have been trained are posted to teach in our schools. Mr. Speaker, we also know that teachers all over the country must be made to register and be licensed as teachers. And when we do this, it is to make them internationally competitive. But to make it a 3-hour or a 45-minute sit-down paper, and then you raise even the marking scheme to 70% at your will and fail them in their examinations and say they are not good as teachers, so you are not going to employ them, is an injustice to teachers. That is why President Mahama has seen the wisdom that when he takes over the presidency in January 2025, he is going to cancel licensure examination. We are going to make it part of the faculty requirement so that as you enter level 100, we start preparing you pedagogically for your academic work and professional ethics. So that you don't go and fail anybody just because aptitude test. Why? Why do you do aptitude test to license a teacher?
Collecting their money to buy forms.
Well, that's another issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity also to thank you very much for approving and supporting me to attend the Global Summit on School Feeding Program in France at the invitation of President Macron. Mr. Speaker, having attended that summit, I have discovered that the Ghana School Feeding Program needs an overhaul. Seriously, we are only claiming we are feeding students, but we are only giving them what cannot even sustain them in the school. It is all malnutrition we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that budgetary allocations are made available to the ministry. Paying 1 cedi 20 pesos to students or to caterers per each student, I don't think is the best. So we need to rededicate ourselves to the development of our children. Even when an egg is more than 1 cedi 20 pesos, and we are saying we are giving them hot meal, we need to look at that critically, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also realized that this government is only paying lip service to some sectors of education. The basic education as we have it now, Mr. Speaker, is in shambles. The infrastructure that we have in our basic schools now are very, very bad. The furniture alone is a disgrace to the nation. Children now carry kitchen stools to school to sit on. Meanwhile, we are claiming that we have supplied over 50,000 pieces of furniture. If we have over 13,000 basic schools in this country, and you supply only 51,000 pieces of furniture, what have you done? You have not done anything. So we need to take a critical look, because government is only interested in free senior high school. They are not interested in the basic education of this country. They must make sure that budgetary allocation to basic school goes beyond the 11% that they are giving to the sector. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to make sure that the support that government gives to schools.
Honorable Member, in conclusion.
So, Mr. Speaker, last year we also heard that government through UNICEF had $1.2 million for the training of teachers in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, that money has not been utilized. Why it has not been utilized, we need to know from the Minister for Education and the Minister for Finance where that $1.2 million from UNICEF and the World Bank is lying. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, we now listen to the list I have here. We'll move into lands and forestry, and we'll listen to the Minister, Honorable Samuel Abu-Jinapo. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House, ably moved by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by situating my contribution to the debate in its proper context, and to say, Mr. Speaker, that countries across the globe, including the most developed countries, have had their own share of the recent global crisis. Mr. Speaker, the worst since World War II. Mr. Speaker, it is in that context that I proceed to contribute to the debate on the motion as it relates to the lands and natural resources sector of our country. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, what is required is leadership. In times of crisis, what is required is leadership. And leadership as it relates to choices. Leaders must make the right choices in times of crisis. Mr. Speaker, it is on that basis that I submit that in this time of global crisis, unprecedented global crisis, President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and his government have made the right choices, the consequential choices, the choices which have far-reaching implications for the forward march of our country. And Mr. Speaker, I refer specifically to that innovative program, that the Gold for Oil program. Mr. Speaker, under the distinguished leadership of President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Mr. Speaker, I should emphasize, the most distinguished Vice President in the Fourth Republican dispensation, thought about, formulated, and implemented, Mr. Speaker, the Gold for Oil program. And Mr. Speaker, the Gold for Oil program is alongside the domestic gold purchase program of the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana. So Speaker, maybe I should explain. Until the introduction of the Gold for Oil program, the Bank of Ghana's reserves when it comes to gold was totally insignificant. And through the domestic gold purchase program, today our nation, a gold producing nation, can say proudly that the reserves of the Bank of Ghana when it comes to gold is shoulder. And this is what culminated in the Gold for Oil program. Mr. Speaker, over 800,000 metric tons of crude oil, almost 30% of our national crude oil consumption, was purchased through this policy without having to look for dollars, Mr. Speaker, without having to look for the scarce foreign exchange to import this crude oil into our country. Mr. Speaker, when you look at page 31 of the budget statement, paragraph 139, you will find that the finance minister copiously refers to this outstanding intervention and the positive consequences it's having on our economy. Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, I will quote the finance minister verbatim, and I refer the House, Mr. Speaker, to page 31 of the budget statement, specifically paragraph 139 and 140, where the finance minister says, and I quote, "Since the inception of the Gold for Reserves program, the Bank of Ghana has purchased a total amount of 17.89 tons, $1.140 billion of gold to boost its gold reserves. Since the inception of the Gold for Oil program, 23 cargoes have been imported into our country." The Speaker, he goes on, "The plan is to scale up the program to cover 50% of our national consumption." So, Speaker, as I say, 30% of our national consumption have been purchased through the Gold for Oil intervention, and that has resulted in a reduction of fuel prices in our country. And the Speaker, specifically, you will see that in November 2022, the price of the exchange rate stood at 17 Ghana cedis. By November 2023, the exchange rate had dropped to 12 Ghana cedis as a result of this intervention. The Speaker, this policy was implemented by the Vice President. That is why I say in times of crisis, you need bold leaders who will make the right decisions. And that is why I salute the Vice President for coming up with this policy, the Gold for Oil program. The Speaker, governance is about choices, governance is about ideas, governance is about thinking through the issues, governance is about effective implementation, and Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, as he's done all through his public life, has demonstrated that he has the capacity to make the right decision. The Speaker, the mining sector and the 1 trillion economy. The Speaker, as you know, for our 66 years at nationhood, this is the first time our GDP is going to cross 1 trillion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, you will find that at page 3 of the budget statement, specifically paragraph 19. And Mr. Speaker, despite a recent decline in the gold prices, we are expecting that gold prices will inch up to 6% next year to average at 1,900 United States dollars per ounce. And Mr. Speaker, with the investment that have been put in the mining sector of our country, the mining sector is going to contribute strongly to the national economy of our country, which will help the managers of the economy to ensure that we get this 1 trillion economy for our country. Mr. Speaker, through the bold interventions we have made in the mining sector of our country and the lands and natural resources generally, Mr. Speaker, today Ghana is the leading producer of gold on the African continent. South Africa was the leading producer of gold on the African continent for several years, but as we speak today, through prudent management and through policies and programs, Ghana today is the leading producer of gold on the African continent. As I've just been saying, the Gold for Oil program is made such a strong, monumental, positive impact on our national life. Mr. Speaker, we are building for the first time in our history an integrated aluminium industry in Ghana, which is going to become the foundation, the anchor for industrialization. Mr. Speaker, the mining sector's contribution to our foreign exchange earnings is strong. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, as far back as 2023, the mining sector contributed almost 2.4 billion United States dollars as foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, we are building new mines. We are building new mines. For the first time in our country's history, the new Patriotic Party government, President Akufo-Addo's government, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's leadership, for the first time in our country's history, as it is in many areas of our national life, we are building a large-scale mining operation in the northern part of our country. It's never happened before. And Mr. Speaker, by that I refer to Cardinal Namdini project. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about more than $1 billion United States dollars of investment in tenancy in the Upper East region. And when completed, the Cardinal Namdini project will be, Mr. Speaker, the third largest mine in our country after Newmont and Anglo-Gold. President Akufo-Addo is building it. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is building it. And the company is working with government to pour its first gold next year. And Mr. Speaker, what makes it to be more interesting? Out of this investment and out of this intervention, Bologatanga, through a development agreement negotiations we are having with Cardinal Namdini, which will be brought before this house, Bologatanga is going to have its first airport built by the mining company. So, Speaker, that is what policy gives you. So, Speaker, today, for the first time in our country's history, we have a green minerals policy for the management and exploitation of our green minerals. And today, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are going to have a lithium project in the central region, specifically in Infansiman, and the negotiated terms, Mr. Speaker, the negotiated terms for this transaction is one of the best in the African continent. Mali has done it, ours is better. Australia has done it, ours is better. Mr. Speaker, Canada has done it, ours is better. We are going to have the first lithium project in our country. Mr. Speaker, not just that, we are going to have one of the biggest mining operations in Ahafo to be built by Newmont. And Mr. Speaker, we are putting in place a lot of measures to add value to our mineral resources. Ghana Manganese Company Limited is going to build a refinery. Mr. Speaker, it's going to cost them about 400 million United States dollars, and for well over a century. This is going to be the first time manganese is going to be processed here in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, we are earning millions of dollars out of a reduction in carbon emissions in our country. So, Speaker, why do I enumerate all this? I enumerate all this to make the point, Mr. Speaker, that most respectfully and in all modesty, Mr. Speaker, ministries are managed, governance is pursued, countries are built through policies, Mr. Speaker, through programs, through effective implementation, Mr. Speaker, not through propaganda, not through the blowing of hot air, Mr. Speaker, not through negativity, Mr. Speaker, not through wild allegations. You achieve these monumental feats when you put in place the right policies and programs and you implement them effectively. And that is why the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, under the able leadership of President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and his Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is going to, inshallah, by the grace of God, assume the reins of power of this country on 5th January 2025. That is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are doing. And Mr. Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, the energy transition regime has become the order of the day in the world. Mr. Speaker, the world is moving away from fossil fuels. The world is moving away from petrochemical industry. And the world is actually moving towards green energy regime. And so we are talking about electric vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you'll be familiar with the fact that China, the People's Republic of China, for example, have invested so much in energy transition to the point where they are the only country which can boast of the production of minerals and the manufacturing of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, the budget which was presented to this House has articulated a clear pathway and a vision to build an electric vehicle industry here in Ghana, which is why we are working to broaden, Mr. Speaker, and diversify our mineral resource base. And that is why we are engaging in exploration in lithium, we are engaging in exploration in graphite, we are engaging in exploration in phosphate, we are engaging in exploration in manganese, and we are engaging in exploration in several other green minerals to ensure that we can build a green energy in our country. The Speaker, it takes policy. The Speaker, specifically, the Finance Minister at page 62 of the budget statement, paragraph 278, had this to say about this energy transition, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the creation of green jobs for the youth and support of the development of the local chain in areas such as lithium mining and processing, as well as a component manufacturing of electric vehicles, will be a priority for government, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Industry is also putting in place all the measures to build an integrated aluminium industry in our country. And Mr. Speaker, this is as a result of policy. And Mr. Speaker, you will see that as a result of all these policy interventions and programs, and as a result of the prudent management and exploitation of our lands and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, gold alone remains a most significant contributor to our exports. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, if I should point out, gold contributed 4.67 billion in exports in the month August 2023, Mr. Speaker, compared to 3.46 billion in June 2023. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the subject matter of land administration. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, just as my friend talked about the sale of UNESCO lands, I want to submit, Mr. Speaker, that first of all, I will respectfully advise that we should be careful in making, for want of a better expression, Mr. Speaker, sweeping statements such as that UNESCO building is being sold. Mr. Speaker, when you get into the records, in many cases, as it always should be with land administration is governed by facts and records. And so the state of a particular parcel of land can only be ascertained through the facts and records. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I'm not too sure that anybody will quarrel with me or doubt that the repository of the records for land in our country, by law, by the Constitution, is vested in the Lands Commission. And so there have been many occasions, Mr. Speaker, where it is said that UNESCO land is being sold.
Honourable members, Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Actually, your time is up, but you may be given 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, I've given you 15 minutes, 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
I'll give you 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. But there will be a new timekeeper. There's a new timekeeper. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I've been told one minute has been. Honourable Minister, you've been given 1 minute as a surplus.
10. Mr. Speaker, I was actually, Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that, Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that we should we should restrain our comment, because in many cases, when you go into the records, the time these lands were sold out or were granted are normally not what is put out. And I just want to put for the record that UNESCO is still occupying their office premises close to the police headquarters. So they claim that UNESCO land or UNESCO building is being sold is false. But Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me say, Mr. Speaker, let me say that we have turned the curve, and it is my belief, Mr. Speaker, it is my belief, Mr. Speaker, so as I said, UNESCO land, Mr. Speaker, UNESCO land is not being sold, UNESCO is in possession, and Mr. Speaker, as I said, that in many cases, Mr. Speaker, when they make the claim that a particular land is being sold under a particular administration, when you go into the records and you make the inquiry, you find the contract. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an example. Not too long ago, it was said that the accommodation or residence of the Clerk of Parliament was sold in 2019. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit to this House a house of record, and I want Hansa to capture it, that my checks at the Lands Commission suggest that the Clerk of Parliament accommodation or residence was sold in 2015 and not 2019. Mr. Speaker, the then Minister for Works and Housing gave an offer to a private developer in 2015. A lease was granted to the developer in 2015. These records are unimpeachable. It happened in 2015 and not 2019. It just so happened that the developer, having bought the land in 2015, having been given an offer letter in 2015, having been granted a lease in 2015, took possession in 2019. So by all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, the land was sold in 2015 and not 2019.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister,
you've been given 3 more minutes.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I say, we've turned the curve. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Chancellor of the Exchequer of the United Kingdom, Jeremy Hunt, presented the autumn budget in the House of Commons, and it's similar to our budget. This is the direction the world is going. We are turning the curve, we are having a recovery, we are going to unleash prosperity, and God willing, when Dr. Mamadou Bawumia becomes president in 2025, he will build on the record of President Akufo-Addo, he will build on the achievements of President Akufo-Addo, and we will unleash prosperity for the Ghanaian people.
Honourable member for Boy, please resume your seat. Let me now give the floor to Honourable Dr. Clementa Park. Doc, you have 10 minutes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion that this House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me start my comments by re-emphasizing that as far as the ranking member on the Education Committee is concerned, and as far as I am concerned, we stand on very solid grounds when we say that land belonging to UNESCO Ghana has been sold. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of my being here today is just to summarize very quickly some of the issues affecting education in this country. I'll make my comments within the context of what the Minister for Finance and by extension government claims to have done that it has not done. Mr. Speaker, we can best describe the current funding structure of our public education in Ghana as having taken the shape of a caricature. Mr. Speaker, basic education, which we know is foundational, has been so starved, emaciated, that our basic educational system is in crisis and almost incapable of supporting a structure which is secondary and a superstructure which is tertiary.
Mr. Speaker, secondary education, which for political reasons, in the name of free senior high school, has tended to receive the most funding since 2017, versus basic education, which has seen a yearly dwindling of funding since 2017, can be described as a bloated stomach. In other words, Koshoko, we are pumping a lot of resources in secondary education, and yet most of those resources are not being applied to ensure that we get value for money as far as secondary education is concerned. And so today we have tertiary education, which has also been stagnant. Investments in tertiary education are nothing to write home about. If you were to visit most of our tertiary institutions, you would notice how crowded they are and the obnoxious and worrisome lecturer to student ratio. Mr. Speaker, because basic education is fundamental and is foundational, and because we cannot purport with building a structure and a superstructure on a wobbly basis. Mr. Speaker, we have all talked about school feeding, and we know that the school feeding program is meritorious. We know that since the inception of this program, it has led to an increase in enrollment for obvious reasons. Mr. Speaker, the policy indicates that every Ghanaian child of school-going age at the basic level would be given one hot, nutritious meal a day. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in spite of all the advocacy, the strike which was embarked upon by the school feeding caterers, all government could do was to raise the rate from the 97 pesos per child per day to 1 cedi 20 pesos, and this is with tax. And as we speak today, in the current economy, where food inflation is over 40%, Mr. Speaker, you tell me, what hot, nutritious meal can you provide for a child with 1 cedi 20 pesos, when the cost of even an egg is 2 Ghana cedis? Mr. Speaker, capitation grant. Capitation grant is the grant that allows us to say that public basic education in Ghana is free. The capitation grant is supposed to be calculated at, for 8 terms. The equivalent of over 2 years. They pay one tranche they skip 2 tranches, and then they pay another tranche. And then as we speak today, technically, public basic education, the head teachers are not getting the capitation grant, which is what they have to use to procure attendance registers, to procure chalk, to fix broken down doors, to make the dilapidated schools. They are having a burden to parents. There are even instances in this country where basic school heads have told people, don't come to school with a piece of furniture, you will not be admitted. Mr. Speaker, free a colossal deficit of 2.3 million Ghanaian school children having no access to furniture. Mr. Speaker, we changed our basic school curriculum under the guise of the standard-based curriculum. This came into effect in 2018. As we speak today, I want the Minister for Education to challenge you, the Finance Minister. No single school in the Republic of Ghana has received the full complement of textbooks based on the new curriculum. In fact, government itself has admitted that only 60% was funded as far as the publishers are concerned. And as we speak, I can tell you on authority that many of these publishers are still owned by government. One may ask, what is the purpose of the new curriculum? If after all of these years, we are yet to provide complementary books to accompany what we said we are changing,
But Mr. Speaker, the irony is this. While basic from KG to primary 6 are supposedly implementing a new standard-based curriculum, junior high school 1 to 3 are still utilizing the old curriculum. Mr. Speaker, where is the policy synergy? Does it make sense? So you take them from KG to primary 6 on a new curriculum, and then when they transition to junior high school, they go back to the old curriculum. Mr. Speaker, wait. Look at that. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the issue of. Oh, I am going to indulge you. Mr. Speaker, we speak about.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Member.
I evoke standing order 94 for the use of assembly on assembly. I don't know what he meant by that. There's assembly. I want the honorable member to retract those words and apologize to the House.
Honorable member, that word.
Mr. Speaker, I said assembly. What is this? I said that within the context.
Did you say assembly and I said?
Assembly.
What's in one
Don't think you're going to catch you. Said yes, assembly.
Honorable Shube, you've made your point. Let me.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. For whatever it is, I withdraw. Because I noticed that what I am saying is giving them anxiety, and he wants to interrupt my presentation.
Well, good. You've withdrawn.
Very well.
Yes, leader.
Very well.
Hold on. Let me hear my majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think this House is governed by rules. And Order 93(2) provides that it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words. Mr. Speaker, if the member has withdrawn, he should not be qualified to say that is causing anxiety. I think you should do the dignified thing by owning up that the language you used was very offensive. So if you are withdrawing, withdraw without any equivocation.
Mr. Speaker, first, I'm not aware that the word anxiety is an offensive language in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the man, the Honorable Clement Apak, is a Brucer man, speaking tree. And he said, Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that Assembly, that's what I heard, Assembly, a Brucer man speaking tree. And he said, Assembly. He didn't say Assembly. He said
Honorable leader, we've gone past it. He's withdrawn it. Whatever it is, he's withdrawn it. Let's move on. Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Subin, please.
Mr. Speaker, it does appear the minority leader did not catch the trend of the issue that I raised. I said that instead of withdrawing peacefully, the member said if what he said is causing anxiety. And I'm saying to him that this House is governed by rules. And I quoted Order 93, that the words he used were insulting and abusive. What he said, that please, don't bear false witness. Don't bear false witness. The man is here. He didn't say Assembly. He said, where is Nyansa? Ask him. He's the one sitting there. Are you truthful to yourself? Please, don't dilute what you are saying. If you didn't hear, didn't hear. But don't bear false witness.
Honorable Clement Apak, you may continue.
Very well. I withdraw the use of the word anxiety. Thank you. Speaker, I was just about making the point with regards to the introduction and much more canvas coming into being of STEM education, which is not new, it's not a novelty. The works have always been in the making. But anyone who has observed what is going on, with regards to the location of the STEM schools across this country, will come to the same conclusion that objective Ghanaians will come to, that the selection of the location of these STEM schools is politically influenced, and that is not good for national development. Let the schools go to every part of the country. Don't locate the schools to only areas that are of political benefit to you. You are in power today, and in 2025 you will be out of power. Now, having chronicled the challenges we face in basic education, which has warranted calls by every stakeholder but government to increase funding for basic education, I can tell you on authority that unlike Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, the incoming President John Dramani Mahama is not going to be chartering private flights and paying over $20,000 an hour when capitation grants are not paid, when school feeding is only a paltry 1 cedi 20 pesos. The incoming President John Dramani Mahama is not going to invest our money illegally to dig the most expensive hole in Accra, when basic school children have to sit on the floor to read and write. Let's look at the issues affecting secondary education we already know. And I'm going to quickly run through them. And to justify the reasons why John Dramani Mahama has heeded to the clarion call that a program that has been in existence since 2017 is long overdue for a review. And for those who say that review means cancel, let me remind them that they need to look for better dictionaries. It is akin to saying that Muslim means Christian. If they want us to believe that Muslim means Christian, then we can accept their argument that review means cancel. And as long as Muslim does not mean Christian, review does not mean cancel. Mr. Speaker, what are some of the challenges in secondary education in spite of the colossal...
You have 1 more minute.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, you didn't time me when I was being interrupted.
Your time is already up, but because of that's why I'm adding one.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, the free senior high school, we all agree, is a good policy and has come to stay. It is bedeviled with challenges. It must be reviewed. John Dramani Mahama, in collaboration with the rest of Ghanaians, when given the mandate, would organize a national stakeholders forum to review the policy with the intent of making it better. And that is the reason why we are going to review it. We are told that secondary schools enjoy free Wi-Fi. Mr. Speaker, Africa Education Watch has done some work. The Fourth Estate has done some work. Most of the schools, most of the district offices of the GES, regional offices, which are supposed to be benefiting from free Wi-Fi, are not benefiting. And yet, we pay a whooping 6.3 million Ghana cedis to the company that is providing that service. We have invested 84 million Ghana cedis to provide that service, and we are not getting benefit.
Honorable Member, thank you very much.
These are some of the reasons why we will review the senior school policy.
Let me now invite Honorable Francis Adabo. You are chairman and you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the floor, seeking to approve the budget statement and the economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure our colleague who talked about the UNESCO land that land is an unmovable property. You can't buy land and take it to another place. So long as the land remains, whoever sold it, the records will just bring it out. So please don't panic. Mr. Speaker, our land system in Ghana has been the same from the olden days to date. We cannot do things the same way and expect change in results. The only way to go is to go fully digital. Mr. Speaker, if you move to other countries, we attend conferences, we attend workshops outside Ghana, and what the others are practicing, making their land delivery system very effective, we need to do the same thing in Ghana here. Mr. Speaker, in 1962, the whole country was flown by two organizations, the Terra Surveys of Canada and then the Ordnance Survey of UK. They prepared photo maps covering the whole country. From 1962 to date, we have not had that conscious effort to fly the whole country and then prepare maps showing where every house is located. So there are so many houses in Ghana here. They are hidden somewhere, they don't have any maps, so they don't even pay tax. Mr. Speaker, I know your good self, you are a valuer. I know the leader of the house is also a planner. And I know you all understand why we need base maps. Because in Ghana, development is ahead of planning. So you go to many villages, even towns, and you see that areas without layout, people are building. So when the development gets there, then they need to go and survey the whole area again for the planner to work backwards. That's why we see of our houses submerged in water, because we don't have base maps to prepare topo maps, to prepare base maps for the planners and the engineers to work. Mr. Speaker, from the budget, when you read bullet 634 on page 118, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands rolled out the OASL Revenue App to 58 district offices within Ashanti, Bono East Central Region, and Greater Accra. And Mr. Speaker, this increased their revenue substantially because of the app. So what are we waiting for? We have to go digital. We don't have any choice. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Sweden, they have something they call multi-purpose cadastre. And that cadastre will give you information as to even the number of dogs in a house. So what are we waiting for? So we don't have any option than to get a private developer. If Ghana, we don't have money to do it, we have private developers who are ready to partner with the Lands Commission to produce maps, topo maps, covering the whole country, which will serve as a base map for the whole country. Mr. Speaker, Forestry Commission every year, they tell us we have planted 1 million trees, 10 million trees, 100 million trees, but we are not able to see these trees on a map. So it's like the data they give us is what we have to accept. Mr. Speaker, the administrator of stool lands will also come and tell us, I did this work, we don't have any map. The Lands Commission will also come and tell us, we have done this, we don't have any map. But Mr. Speaker, we must, and we need to get the maps by all means, because if you don't go digital and we do things the same way, we are not going to see any change in results. Mr. Speaker, the geospatial data that we need is the foundation on which all institutions can base their analysis. Mr. Speaker, every day we talk about galamsey. Mr. Speaker, we talk about illegal mining, but we don't see the effect of this galamsey on a map. for all of us to appreciate the devastation the Galamsey is causing on our lands. So the answer is to go digital, get all the maps digitized, so that all the other institutions can get the map and superimpose their own information for analysis. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the good old town and country planning, Mr. Speaker, it's now Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. In my own constituency, I'm a professional surveyor, but my constituency, people are building houses without even layout, no site plan. Mr. Speaker, it will get to a time, if you don't correct this anomaly, it will get to a time where ambulances and even fire service cars cannot go through some houses to quench fire, because people build anyhow because of lack of maps and base maps for layouts. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with you that we use our good offices to help the Lands Commission partner with a private agency. Mr. Speaker, they have started something, that the Lands Commission will partner a private agency. They will sponsor with the preparation of these maps, and then they will use IGF. Mr. Speaker, it's not going to be any financial burden on states. They will use IGF to pay the private developer, the private agency. The contract will come here. It will come here. Once it's not going to be any financial burden on states, we don't think it will come here and fail. I know it will come here and we will pass it because you need the data. You all go to Lands Commission, you come back and complain that they are not working, that you didn't get your map. The chief whip, I know you are an architect and you understand what I'm saying, that Lands Commission, they need digital data so that you can sit at the comfort of your home and then search on any land. Mr. Speaker, when you go outside Ghana and you want to buy a plot, you don't go to the land. Every plot outside has a unique identifier. So you go to the system and then you find all the information about that particular plot without even knowing the owner. And then you pay to an insurance agency. That is where we have to go as a nation. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead that when that agreement comes to the House, I know my committee will call them to come and explain. My deputy ranking is laughing. I know they will come to us and then we will give them the green light for them to come to the plenary to, get the agreement signed. Mr. Speaker, my biggest worry is the Galamsey fight. Every district where Galamsey is going on, we all see the devastation, the rivers that are being destroyed, and all the menace. But if you don't put them together, for us to holistically see the effects, we will not appreciate the burden we have as a state. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not take your time. I want to plead with this House that we agree for the Lands Commission to get a private partner who will help, get the total map of the country, which we can put our digital data for analysis, so that all the agencies will get their maps and they can sit in the comfort of their homes. It will be very nice if you want to buy a plot, you just get the plot number. With the digital, mind of our Vice President, almost every plot is now having a GPS code, which you can use to analyze your data and then get information about the plot you want to buy. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a laudable idea and we all have to support it. 4 billion.
Leader, I think Honorable Adabo is debating gently. I mean, he's not touching anybody. What else do you want to ask?
Is it because of their name? Mr. Speaker, you are very right. In fact, he's my very good friend. But he is just saying that he's expecting the House to approve a proposal for a private entity to personal government. And I'm saying there's nothing before the House like that. If he's ready for a private entity to do that, he should say so. But there's nothing in this budget for any private entity to do land registration. So he should keep it.
My leader shouldn't worry. When the time is up, they will come with a proposal and then we shall all judge on. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to implore the House that we all think digital so that when we need any document on land or all the other landed agencies, then it will be easier for us to get this document and to get it on real time. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much to speaking within time. So let me now turn to Honorable Dr. Rashid Pepu. Doc, you are ranking and you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate on the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana presented to us by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all appreciate and salute the chairman of the Lands Committee for his forthrightness in approving that there is a problem with Galamsey. The minister obviously ignored the fact that the greatest danger we have now is the fact that we are copiously, intentionally, irresponsibly destroying the land, which is the basis of all development in this country. But Mr. Speaker, even before I go there, let me start this debate by telling you a story. When I was a young man, I decided to move from the main house, the main family house, to a house my father built. And in doing so, I thought that I shouldn't be using the common bathroom. So I decided to do a small bathroom in my own corner. Mr. Speaker, I needed one pipe that would have enabled me to pipe the water from my room to a gutter, to a manhole. And so I took out to walk to look for it. And I found one at a certain point where the Works and Housing Ministry department had discarded some material. Mr. Speaker, I picked it up, and then I met a friend who said that that material I picked was no good, I should throw it away. Oh, I insisted that that's what I wanted. And all the guys there and the mason said that no, that was going to be good. But he took it from me and threw it away and said he was going to give me a better one. Mr. Speaker, I agreed with him, he threw it away, and then I was going for the better one he was going to give to me. Mr. Speaker, the following day he brought me the better one, so-called better one. And the mason looked at it and said, this is not a good one. What you had earlier one was better. And Mr. Speaker, I was then now going to look for the one I threw away. It took me a whole day to look for it. Mr. Speaker, it is a story of how we moved from an NDC regime to an MPP regime. Yes. We had a regime that was growing at a very admirable rate. Mr. Speaker, NDC grew from 2012, you remember, we grew even at a single digit. By the time we left office, growth was at 3.7%. We were mocked at. We were told we were incompetent. Mr. Speaker, the cedi was at 3.8% to the dollar. 3.8 to the dollar. Ghana cedis to the dollar. They were laughing at us and said we were incompetent. Mr. Speaker, inflation was at 18.4%. They said, Ghana is lost. Mr. Speaker, today, as they move out of office, the Ghana cedi, which I'm told is the one that exposes incompetence in governance, is about 12.5% to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, inflation today is about 35%, 35.2%. Growth is struggling to reach, Mr. Speaker, all of them are below what they were laughing at. It tells this story that don't throw away something until you know that what we are bringing or what we are going to get is actually the better one. Ghanaians are apologizing everywhere. And I'm very happy that the nurses have apologized. And I'm very happy also that Obosoka people have apologized to Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 112 of the budget, you will realize that it's not only the degradation of the economy, the failure of the economy, it is also materialized in the retrogression of industry. It is also materialized in the manufacturing sector, which is tumbling. It is also materializing in the water and sanitation sectors, which is also collapsing. Construction is almost gone to the docks. Everywhere else you go, there is retrogression, Mr. Speaker. But my today's presentation, Mr. Speaker, is more on lands. We all know that land is a very critical element of our development. In the factors of production, land stands out clear, where you have everything inside. The oil we are talking about is in the land. The cocoa, which is championing our development, is in the land. All of the non-renewable items are all in the land. Mr. Speaker, because of the critical nature of land, I'm very sure it was one of the reasons the president came out to say, I'm going to put my presidency on the line, so that if I fail in restoring the land which had been degraded so much, I will resign. I am surprised that the president hasn't resigned up to now. Born out of the fact that today, Galamsey is a very sad story in this land. And that was one of the reasons I saluted the chairman for admitting to that grief, that pain, that degraded system that we are operating today. Mr. Speaker, the president put his line on. Beyond that, he also did something. He brought a young lawyer here, and he said that, oh, because I want to fight land, I'm bringing this young man and I'm going to make him the minister for lands, so that we can attain the objective I'm looking for. Mr. Speaker, today, land is a sad story in Ghana. If you watch Erastus Asare Donko's projections, his analysis on the land, his report on the land on Joy News, Mr. Speaker, you will weep for Ghana. The rivers are going, the lands are destroyed, even reserve areas which the president had marked as no-go areas, red lines, Mr. Speaker, they are mining in those areas. I wasn't surprised when the president of the president of the executive director of the Nature and Development Foundation came out to say that he himself was very surprised when a company was asking for license to go and mine in central region, in the Kalkum Park, Mr. Speaker. He wants license to go and mine there. 34 out of the reserve forest lands in this country are all undermining. They are all being mined against the will of the people, against the decency of preserving lands. Mr. Speaker, they are mining in all those areas. It is a sad story. Mr. Speaker, as if it is not enough, in this budget, I've seen that there is a commitment to increase the mining, small-scale mining in this country. It is now being circumcised and redesigned, Mr. Speaker, as community-based mining. Mr. Speaker, as they do so, they now say in this budget that they are now going to do incubation of small-scale mining. If you say you are now going to do incubation, what it tells you is that there had not been an incubation earlier, and that all the years they had allowed community-based mining, it was trial and error time. It was to expose the land for destruction, and Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the results today. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad situation. On page 89 to 90 of the budget, you will see what I'm talking about clearly spelled out there. All this is as a result of government complacency, government's involvement in the destruction of the land the president himself has told us he was going to protect. He said he's going to protect the public cash, public purse. He failed to do so. He said he's going to protect the lands of this country. He has failed to do so. Mr. Speaker, why is it that I'm saying it is because of the complacency of government involvement in it? Mr. Speaker, I know you remember the President's executive instrument, EI 144, in which the President opened up land reserved areas for mining. It is a serious indictment on the President. It's unacceptable. It shows that the Presidency itself is involved in the illegal mining in places they shouldn't even be mining at all. Mr. Speaker, I know also, you know about LI 42462 that allow mining to take place in reserved forests. Mr. Speaker, it is another very, very serious area. The LI and the President executive instruments are two areas that we have to look at. They are legal instruments that tear away our commitment to keep land reserves. And that is why everywhere else in land reserves, you see people mining in them. 7 out of the 16 regions have their land foreign reserve areas being mined by Galamsey and so-called community miners who don't have the right equipment, who go in to destroy the land, and which the minister is praising and saying mining is going to bring in a lot of money to the country. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with Erasmus Donko when he said that you take the gold and then you bring poison to the people. Women are giving birth, we don't know the kind of children they are giving birth to. People are dying in hospital, we don't know the kinds of children, the sicknesses they are dying of because of extensive poisoning of the lands we are using. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, the majority leader and myself, plus our own minority leader at the time, Honorable Arno Idrisu, we were in Brussels. One of the things we wanted to do was to meet the European Union. And why were we meeting the European Union? European Union said they were fed up with Ghana. Our lands were being destroyed because of the practice of Galamsey. There was money in the banks that they didn't know the source of the money. Money was just transferred into the bank without knowing where the money was coming from. So money laundering was a reason they wanted to stop doing business with Ghana. The destruction of the land through Galamsey was another reason, and we had to intervene. The Speaker, government itself had not got the nerves to go begging them, to go talking to them, because they were complicit, they were part of the whole system. The Speaker, thankfully we were able to convince them, and they withdrew from that decision they took, which would have definitely affected cocoa farmers and brought down this economy to its knees. The Speaker, so the government has to be careful what they are doing. They have to be strict about protecting the land, and the President himself has to take the lead, withdraw the EI 144, which he put in place and which enables businesses to move into forest areas and are destroying the forests in the name of finding gold. The Speaker, after all this, we now know that the government is also making effort. If you look at the page 3635, you have Ghana Greenland campaign launched in the budget. And the reason being that they want to plant trees all over the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sad that we come here and approve this Green Ghana campaign only for us to know that it is a source of waste. It's a source of money being wasted in doing nothing in the name of Green Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I watched TV3 portrayal of the last Green Ghana and what waste is in the system. There's presented about 5 different places where the seeds we approve here with a lot of millions of Ghana cedis was used to buy, the seeds are languishing in places, getting rotten. They just left them there. Last year they bought them, left them at specific places to be used or to be planted. But they are languishing in those places, Mr. Speaker. And TV3 showed these pictures. And I was very sad about it. And
Honorable, get ready to wind up your time.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, so Green Ghana is a mockery of what we want to do with the land we have destroyed. But above it all, Mr. Speaker, is the irresponsible sale of land going on in all the regions. As sitting here as a minority spokesperson on lands, every single day there's a call from one region or the other talking about lands being sold. Mr. Speaker, and I know there was a petition to you by Parks and Garden that their land in Wa is being sold to an individual who is doing a petrol station there. Apart from that, all the land a lot of the land in cantonments is being sold, Mr. Speaker, to private investors, including the Speaker's land, and I understand that one, there's a dispute about it. Mr. Speaker, we need to now begin to value what Ghana has. You have spoiled the rest of the land, the ones that are within the housing areas and in places where government may need, they are selling it, Mr. Speaker. It is unacceptable.
Thank you very much.
I thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate the fact that
Let me now move to Honorable Patricia Apedi. Honorable, you are the chair, and therefore you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much.
That's what I've been given, is the chair. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the floor on the budget statement and the government policy being mooted out for the year ending December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here silently listening to contributions on the floor. And all that I hear from my colleagues on the other side is that the budget is useless. There's nothing in this budget. But the question I ask myself is that, how can the whole budget be useless? Because if I'm looking at the issue of environment, science, technology, are you telling me at this point in time that the intervention to ensure that what all of you have been speaking about, the environment being in disarray, all of you have been one way or the other issuing statements about on our environment. What are you saying? That the effort to ensure that we promote sound recycling and disposal of waste is a useless effort. Saying about the implementation of establishing a circular economy framework for the plastic sector in Ghana project. Are you saying that the e-waste or the electronic waste and all the electronic equipment being dotted around the country does not deserve to be collected and properly disposed of? Are you saying that we in the environment must leave everything in disarray? Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that we have a challenge at this point in our lifetime, a global challenge that is the climate change. Speaker, as defined by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it means a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly by human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and which is in addition to a natural climate variability observed over comparable time period. A recent UN report indicates that the impact of global warming are likely to be severe, pervasive, and irreversible. There is therefore the need for all of us to join hands to tackle climate change impact, and that need cannot be overemphasized. Firstly, I associate myself with government agenda on climate action and transition to low carbon economy. The decision to establish a multi-million-dollar green fund to support our climate adaptation interventions. And this demonstrates that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's government are committed to ensure that, in line with the government, is embarking all kinds of programs to claim degraded lands to ensure sustainable protection, management, production, and development of the forest and wildlife resource. The National Afforestation Program and the Forest Investment Program seeks to provide alternative livelihoods and reduce dependency on forest resources. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that Ghana signed a letter of intent during the COP26 in Glasgow on the 4th of November to reduce deforestation with a major U.S. non-profit organization under the lowering emission by accelerating forest finance. Mr. Speaker, I therefore find it interesting that when the previous speaker, that is our own ranking on the Lands and Forestry Committee, could make a statement indicating that the Green Ghana Day, the funds are only being linked and nothing is being done. That our ranking could support this assertion with some level of evidence, because I don't know whether he's actually taught the whole of Ghana to make that kind of statement. Mr. Speaker, we haven't launched our updated national determined contributions at the COP26. Ghana demonstrated its readiness to leverage its natural resources to fund our sustainable transition to a low carbon economy, whilst facilitating private sector participation in low carbon activities and industries in a manner that generates more jobs for Ghanaians and improves our general well-being. As part of our climate change mitigation drive of reducing 64 million tons of carbon emission, 24 million tons are available for carbon market transactions, and this will rake in foreign direct green investment and thereby contribute to economic growth. Is this useless? We have successfully put in place the critical policies and regulatory arrangements that will enable us to participate in the global carbon market and invite both local and international private sector investors and project developers to either independently or with the government leverage this unique opportunity to trade carbon with countries and corporations with ambitious net zero target over the next years, a few years. As a result, in addition to the burgeoning environmental regulatory regime, we are also investing investing more in forest conservation and sustainable land use programs at all the various levels of government to create opportunities for local entrepreneurs and job creation involving the youth, women, as well as strengthening small and medium-scale enterprises. Beyond emission reduction through natural infrastructure, we also intend to invest in the use of technology. Government will be in partnership with the private sector, investing in the assembly and integration of electric motorbikes to begin with, as well as more upgrade solar systems and microgrids for our local communities and markets. Is this a useless venture? We intend to also reduce debt, about 2,900 deaths annually, resulting from pollution through the various climate interventions like cook stoves, e-vehicles, diesel for cars, and others. Climate-induced diseases such as malaria and waterborne diseases will also reduce drastically. Is it a useless venture? Climate-resilient agriculture will lead to increased yields and contribute to food security. All economic sectors, that is energy, manufacturing, agriculture, from green investments, funding will come from sector budgets, external multilateral funds, foreign direct investments, and carbon markets. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I believe in the area of technology, climate change effects can be combated in an efficient and less harmful manner if we deploy technological tools. This falls in line with government's plans to set up a foundry and machine tooling center, which is being established for the manufacture of machine tools. When completed, the program will supply some basic agro-processing equipment within 5 years, and it will also target automobile and mining industries by providing spare parts and developing self-contracting capabilities to service the emerging automobile assembly industry in the country. After setting climate targets, companies will need to quantify, reduce, and monitor their emissions. This process can be complex and it can be time-consuming and prone to errors, especially for the novices. The right technology can simplify this process and make it more efficient, transparent, and effective. Mr. Speaker, the international community has become aware of the interconnection between climate change and sustainable development. More interdisciplinary partnerships for change is being advocated, which can result in more sustainable behavior and consumption. Ghana's medium-term of development objective is to safeguard the natural environment, including addressing climate change issues, and ensure a resilient built environment, build back a resilient and robust country with strengthened adaptive capacities for withstanding natural, national, and global threats of different dimensions, including COVID-19, and improve delivery of development outcomes at all levels. All are geared towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goal. Mr. Speaker, research is a very important aspect of our advancement or our growth as a country. But in Ghana, there exists an inequity between national research efforts. This inequity calls for a rethink, a different approach and a different policy to improve the country's preparedness and mitigation.
Honorable, begin to wind up, please.
For instance, in tackling illegal mining, agriculture, health, education, water and sanitation, all these sectors must thoroughly be researched, and then we need to generate viable data to help us implement our developmental agenda. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, as society pressures leaders for a more environmentally friendly agenda, we are determined as a government to ensure that we pursue and we implement these policies to the letter, ensure sustainable growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Asokwa. Let's now turn to Temari North. Honorable Alas Nasuhini, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a comment or two on motion 9 on today's order paper. The Speaker, except that I am a bit confused as to which of the budget statements that we are to debate. The Speaker, as I prepared to debate this copy that was distributed to all of us last week, my Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Agoja, gave me this other copy of the budget. The Speaker, I therefore am at a loss as to why our budget statements are also now enjoying the double track system. The Speaker, this phenomenon of double track has to be checked, because it seems to me that even our faith, our religion, soon will be enjoying double track. The Speaker, but it's of concern that we are spending lots of money to produce these documents when many people out there are struggling to make a living from the jobs that they do. And that is even about those who have jobs. What about those who do not have jobs? And so when you expect government to be prudent in its, policies and programs and activities, and you see some of these, abysmal output, you are left wondering if there's going to be aware of the times that we are in. What is the cost of printing of these two budget statements that have just been presented with? And why the need to even print two budget copies? I think that this waste must be checked. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some of our constituents say on the streets and on social media that Ghana has become a crime scene. They say so because of the rapid, unprecedented scandals of this government and its functionaries, and almost every sector of our lives today, Mr. Speaker, and our country's administration has been engulfed with one scandal or the other. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that if Ghana is a crime scene, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is one of the critical murder weapons that has to be carefully examined. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that the chairman of my committee, Honorable Francis Adabo, a senior brother and a very good friend, admits that Galamsey and the issue of fighting Galamsey is one of the biggest threats to our existence today. Mr. Speaker, instead of defeating Galamsey like COVID-19, this government has turned the fight into a flagship of corruption. And this flagship of corruption has benefited appointees and influenced peddlers related to the president and members of government. Mr. Speaker, the work of investigative journalists, Anas Amiyao Anas, the memo by the chairman of the Interministerial Committee, Professor Frimpong Boateng, to the president, and the widely circulated tape that to which party wants money, which was a recording of the minister at the time, are all references that one can use to actually affirm the point that the charade to fight Galamsey was really just a flagship for corruption. Mr. Speaker, we are told that the Interministerial Committee, for example, was allocated $30 million $30 million every quarter, and they operated for 3 quarters. Mr. Speaker, after their work, all we have is that Galamsey has become worse and excavators have flown into the thin air. Mr. Speaker, one time the ministry blew 5.5 million Ghana cedis on just touring and interacting with people on how to deal with Galamsey. Another time, one workshop meeting to discuss Galamsey cost the taxpayer 2.1 million Ghana cedis. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the chairman that it is disappointing that in the 39-page budget statement that the finance minister presented, not even one mention was made of Galamsey. Not even a single word was made in reference to Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, having raped our environment and defiled our tax money in the name of fighting Galamsey, they have now shifted their attention, or their predatory attention, I should say, to the Minerals Income Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, after the good people of Ghana rose up to save the fund, which they initially intended to use for the fraudulent Ejapa transaction, they have craftily, in the name of small-scale miners incubator scheme, supposedly aimed at building the capacity and helping small-scale miners to unearth their full potential, cooked this scheme and allocated $100 million of the MIF money to their small-scale miners, who perhaps are no longer getting enough gold from their illegal concessions. Mr. Speaker, 30 cronies, we are told, by this budget have already been shortlisted for what they call a pilot, even before Parliament considers this proposal to use the MIP fund, which could not be used for Ejapa, now for this incubation project, which they intend to share among their cronies. Mr. Speaker, despite spending millions of Ghana cedis
in this phantom green Ghana projects and forest cultivation and preservation are, on the contrary, we see that government is engaged in activities that actually threaten our forests. The Speaker, I'm not surprised that the ranking member also in his contribution referred to this scheme of greening Ghana as a vehicle for corruption. Clearly, when you read news reports and you follow the news media, you will come to no other conclusion than the fact that the green Ghana is indeed green corruption. Mr. Speaker, between 2018 and now, the government allocated over 523 million Ghana cedis to various national afforestation programs. Meanwhile, despite criticisms and calls on the president to reverse EI 144, I mean, how do you spend that much money in the name of greening Ghana, and yet you issue an executive instrument 144 which disclassifies the Achimota forest? The president has been adamant, despite the calls on him to reverse this EI that declassifies the Achimota forest and allows for unrestricted, regularization and documentation and development of that area by people who have shared these lands among themselves. Mr. Speaker, he further, even before investigations opened into the operations of Akonta mining in the Tano Limremi forest, cleared the company, Akonta mining, which belongs to his party chairman, even though the was clearly involved.
Yes, Honorable Slide.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate for my colleague to have said that the land had been shared among themselves. There is no evidence to that effect. This is a house of records, and I expect the honorable member to retract in the absence of any evidence to the effect. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member, in the absence of actually telling us who got what, please, let's debate it in such a way that we wouldn't put ourselves into trouble. So, kindly,
because of the time, I will not, spend more time debating that. But the fact remains that the president was minded to even issue EI 144 after the discussion around the allocation of lands in that area came to the fore. And one of the persons who was leading the allocation was the late Sir John, God bless his soul. I wouldn't have liked to make reference to that, but it was as a result of the allocation of those lands which were willed to people in his family that the EI
honorable member, please.
I wouldn't take it. The late Sir John was not a commissioner for Lands Commission. He was at the Forestry Commission. Please, just withdraw that and let's move on. Just do me that honest, please. Honorable leader, please. Let him do that for me.
Mr. Speaker, I would never challenge your ruling, but Mr. Speaker, he never said Sir John worked at the Lands Commission. He said some of those lands that ought to be protected were distributed to people related to government. Is it not the case that we all know that Achimota Forest on record was in the will of, may his soul rest in peace, Mr. Honorable Sir John? Is that not a factual information? So what is he supposed to withdraw? It is true. It is true. So what is he withdrawing?
Honorable leader, you have to help me to manage the house. Please, I've asked him to withdraw that statement. Ask him, Honorable Suhini, kindly do that for me, please.
Mr. Speaker, I reluctantly withdraw what I know.
Thank you very much. You can now move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, please, he has withdrawn. Let's allow this. Yes, Honorable Suhini, please go on.
Mr. Speaker, the point I only sought to make was that instead of greening Ghana, the vehicle for that purpose has become a vehicle. Mr. Speaker, and instead of greening Ghana and protecting what we already have as green areas, Mr. Speaker, the point I was simply seeking to make is that the President has aided the appropriation of some of the forest land. And I was just making the point about Achimota Forest. Mr. Speaker, I followed up with the mining that is taking place in the Tano-Nimrimi Forest by Akonta Mining, owned by Wuntumi, which the President cleared even before investigations could open into it. Mr. Speaker, in Tamale, we have the Tamale Waterworks Forest Reserve. Mr. Speaker, a portion of that, 1.38 acres, has been allocated to a so-called private developer for 621 Ghana cedis. 621 Ghana cedis per year for 50 years. Mr. Speaker, and many of these sales are, done across the country, and it is important that we serve notice, especially institutional heads that are worried about the sale of their, institutions.
I add 1 minute to you. I'm adding 1 minute to you. Your time is up, but I'm adding 1 minute to you for the.
I thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Speaker. I am just saying that we serve notice that all these institutions that have their lands raped, Mr. Speaker, there is hope at the end of the tunnel. And I believe that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, when he assumes office, will reverse some of these sales back to the institutions. And we thank Mr. Speaker and the Parliamentary Service Board for their proactiveness to save the Speaker's residence. Mr. Speaker, in this budget statement, you have the Minister of Finance talk about lithium mining, and then they boast that government has negotiated 10% royalty and a record high 13% free carried interest for the state. Mr. Speaker, clearly, if you look at Act 703 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, this cannot be said to be lawful. You cannot negotiate royalties beyond 10%. You cannot negotiate free carried interest beyond 13%. And I hope that the minister who is a lawyer will be better guided. I thank you very much.
It is now the turn of Honorable Frida Prempeh. Honorable Frida, you are a Minister of State and you are therefore entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer you to page 2 of the Ikunim budget, paragraph 11. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. We all saw the damaging effects that the economic downturn had on Ghana's already stretched revenues. This was even made worse by the additional expenditures that were required during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that life and livelihoods were protected. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also refer you to page 5 of the Ikunim budget, paragraph 32. And with your permission, I read, we have worked hard and invested significant resources. And being sure of this knowledge, I can confidently assert that over the past 7 years, every sector has been positively impacted. Every household has been positively impacted by our social intervention programs. Indeed, Mr. President Akufo-Addo has deepened decentralization development by investing 422.1 million to create and resource 6 new administrative regions, the most in our history since independence. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were all here when my colleague on the other side of the aisle, in her submission, referred to a Bible scripture, but she intentionally decided to take one part of the scripture and left the most important part of the scripture out. Mr. Speaker, the scripture she referred to can be found in Proverbs 29 verse 2. But she said, but when the wicked rules, the people mourn. The people mourn. That's the reason why they voted the NDC out of government. But the problem, the scripture says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. So the Ghanaian people are rejoicing because the NPP is in government. They are rejoicing because we cannot rule COVID-19 and Ukraine war out of any equation. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, the good people of this country were given free water. And the government of this country absorbed all the fees. We had to pay Ghana Water, we pay Commission of Sanitation and Water Agencies and all the other agencies under the water industry who supported us. So even under this pandemic, the president and the dynamic vice president of this country supported Ghanaians for us to access free water. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer you to the urban water supply under the NPP government. During our time, access to drinking water sources...
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable Leader, I think you allowed it to flow.
Mr. Speaker, she is a very respected member of this House. But this is a House of record. And this has been going on for some time. Mr. Speaker, we always hear government have provided free water and free electricity to every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I have communities in Adapu that don't have pipe-borne water. I have communities that don't have electricity. Were they also benefiting from free water and free electricity? It is okay to say some people benefited. But Mr. Speaker, everybody living in Ghana never benefited from free water and free electricity. Let that be the record. Mr. Speaker, it is not true that everybody living in Ghana during COVID had free water.
Honorable Leader.
So let him qualify it. It's important.
Honorable Leader, it's okay. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still want to emphasize that during the COVID-19, the visionary president at our time initiated the free water for all Ghanaians and subsequently absorbed water bills for domestic use for all Ghanaians. So we initiated the free water for all Ghanaians. So if you were not part at the time, somebody was. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, under my ministry, access to drinking water sources, Mr. Speaker, has increased from 79% in 2017 to 87.7%. And people sit here and say that this is a hopeless budget. Mr. Speaker, the gains have resulted from investments in projects such as the Upper East Water Supply Project, which has expanded access to over 350,000 people. Government continues to roll out bold and ambitious water projects. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Water Project, the Damango Water Project, the Yendi Water Project, the Wenchi Water Project, the Keta Water Project, Sunyani Water Project, the Sekendi Water Project are all under various stages of completion under this government. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all these water projects, the ministry has also rolled out water supply improvement projects across the country. We have delivered a total of 18 water systems, 12 small water pipe systems, and 6 limited mechanized systems to serve over 69,000 people in 35 communities, Mr. Speaker, including Whole Municipality, Whole West, Adaklu, Agotime, Zokwe districts in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, the issue of galamsey, the issue of illegal mining, the issue of sign winning is affecting our water bodies. And I would urge this House to support this including budget so that we'll be able to deal with the issue of contamination of our water bodies at our river basins. Mr. Speaker, cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, a total of 11 water systems.
Honorable Minister, hold on. You see, I don't want to interject anybody, but the rules that have been set by the Speaker is that once you mention somebody's name, then the person will be entitled to respond. So, Honorable Podo, Honorable, yes, Rule Central. Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, there is no water project in whole municipality. We have been pleading with government to enhance the whole water project, which is as we've done it. We have been pleading with government to enhance the ever water project, which supplies water to whole municipality. For about 4 or 5 years now, nothing has happened. So you should stop mentioning whole municipality as a beneficiary of any water project.
Probably the minister responsible is getting something on the way for you. So, Minister, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My brothers on the other side are simply not listening to what I'm saying. I said that the project, which is funded by the Spanish government, is delivering a total of 18 water systems and 12 town pipe systems and 6 limited mechanized systems to serve 69,000 people in 35 communities. In 35 communities, including Ho. So we've not yet got in there, we'll get there. Including Ho, West, including Adaku, including Akwati district in the water region.
Honorable Minister, don't invite them into your debate. You can do your own thing without necessarily inviting them.
They should sit down and listen and hope that we'll get to their constituencies and their communities.
Speaker, I think the minister means well, but she's been given the wrong brief. I know she went there not too long ago. The truth is that the 5 district water projects started in this house by the NDC government, initially included Ho as the 5th constituency. But as the project progressed, Ho has completely been taken out. So Ho did not benefit and is not part of any project. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Adaklu has always been part of that project, and part of Adaklu have gotten to that project, but Ho is not part. So the minister should just stay away from that. The fact is that he's a member of parliament for Ho. We all know Ho. There's no project there. Your brief, you mean well, but the brief given to you, you have been misled. So just stay away from that.
Well. Interior, did you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, I haven't been misled. But if my colleagues on the other side want us to take Ho out of the equation, then we'll take it out from there. But your people are listening, and they know that we have Ho as part of our project. But if you are telling me that it's been taken out, that is from your brief, not from my brief. Mr. Speaker, cumulatively, a total amount of 11 water systems, 7 town pipes, and 4 limited mechanized boreholes have also been completed. And Mr. Speaker, we are also hoping to do more for the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people in 2004 we were in this country when over 240 innocent lives were lost through cholera because of insanitary conditions. Because this government has been able to put systems and structures in place to ensure that we build more institutional toilets, we build more community toilets to curtail the issue of cholera, typhoid, dysentery, and other airborne diseases. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has invested in several projects that will enhance the wash sector. When we talk about wash, we are referring to water, sanitation, and hygiene, which is equally very, very important. Mr. Speaker, under the Gamma project, under my ministry, we have delivered 48,641 improved household toilets. Mr. Speaker, benefiting 389,128 people and 406 communities. Mr. Speaker, we have instituted gender-friendly disability toilets. The new toilets that we are giving out at the institutional level comes with a special changing room for young girls. And I'm happy to know that the NPP government, as a listening government, has removed the import duty on raw materials for the production of sanitary pads and also removed the VAT from the sanitary part, because you cannot talk about menstruation without talking about water. So we are providing institutional toilets with special changing room for young girls in our various schools. Mr. Speaker, our gender-sensitive institutional toilet facilities is also benefiting over 251,872 people. Mr. Speaker, the project is set to expand. We want to work on the sewage so that the good people of Ghana will have some respite when it comes to disposal of refuse. Mr. Speaker, this ministry cannot shoulder everything on our shoulders. That's why the government, the president, the dynamic vice president, we are creating an enabling environment for the private sector to also thrive. But, Mr. Speaker, in that direction, the ministry has commissioned 6 integrated recycling composite plants. That's the ARICO project. 5 integrated recycling composite plants and 1 wastewater treatment plant in 6 regions, namely Oti, 1 in Goso, 1 in Sehuyoso, 1 in Damango, 1 in Greater Accra, Jamestown, and 1 in Kumasi. This is part of government's efforts to ensure efficiency in the collection and transportation and processing of liquid waste into useful raw materials. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw our attention to a scripture verse which talks about toilets. When we mention toilets, people want to create some myth around toilets. But this morning, before eating, and once you've taken in something, definitely it will come out. If it doesn't come out, then you have to see your doctor. So we are making sure that we provide toilet facilities for the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when you read Deuteronomy 23, verse 13, it says, and I read with your permission, choose a place outside the camp where you should go to toilets. Keep a shovel among your tools, and when you go to toilets, dig a hole, then cover your waste. We want open defecation to be a thing of the past, because the Bible even enjoins us to cover our waste. Mr. Speaker, I can also take you to Matthew 15, verse 17, which says, do you not understand that everything that goes into the mouth passes into the stomach and is eliminated? Yeah. So even the scripture enjoins us to go through that process. That's why the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, together with its donor partners and agencies, and the government as a whole, is doing everything possible to ensure that the good people of Ghana have access to toilet facilities, have access to safe drinking water, and have access to hygiene facilities. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has carried out several interventions to safeguard and ensure the effective utilization of water resources. And I want to use this opportunity to also appeal to all of us that water security, safety of our water bodies, is very critical and very crucial. It's not only up to the president of this country, the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, but it's a collective effort. We should all support to fight this canker. We were in this country during the elections when somebody from the other side of the aisle, when somebody from their party went to one of the Galamsey sites and promised the good people of Ghana that when they come, they will reintroduce Galamsey into the system. Do you want us to start buying water? No. Do you want us to start importing water? No. Can't we stop Galamsey illegal mining and protect our water bodies? It's important.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Population.
Mr. Speaker. Our colleague, the minister, is flowing.
Well, they haven't called you.
Well, she said somebody on our side have gone to a Galamsey site to promise to introduce
leader, but I haven't called you.
No, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, who on our side for that? Mr. Speaker, if we allow those kind of comments, it will not be good.
Leader, you should rather help us to manage the house. I think we should allow the debate to flow.
Mr. Speaker, Galamsey is a serious issue. If there's anybody behind me who has gone to say we'll legalize Galamsey, I should be angry as much as you are angry. So I just wanted to tell me
who in this side, at this side of the house, said we will legalize galamsey. We are told these people are not in this room. When we make comment to them, we make them in a different way. So if nobody here has said that, we should say so, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, are you prepared to mention who said?
Mr. Speaker, the way our honorable leader is talking, I know he probably knows what I'm talking about, so I don't need to withdraw. It's something that has been published, so you can go and find out.
Minister, please. You mention the person. If the person is here on the floor, just mention the name.
Mr. Speaker, their former Deputy Communications Director, he said it. And it's all over the place. It's on social media. I didn't say it. He promised the good people of Ghana.
But Minister, I mean, let's be factual. You said somebody from this side. So, honorable members, Minister, just withdraw that from me. Just withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I was referring to a member of their party. But if initially I said a member on the other side, then when I withdraw. But a member of their party who happens to be of the NDC, who happens to be the communications minister said it.
Just do that for me, please.
Mr. Speaker, which one?
Just withdraw. Say a member from this house.
Mr. Speaker, that one I said if I said so, I've withdrawn. But I also state that Kokubuahi, the communications director, said that.
Sit down. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ampim, just sit down. Just sit down.
Sit down.
Honorable Minister, just do me that on this place. You were categorical. Just if the person, you cannot mention anybody within their.
Mr. Speaker, that one I've withdrawn. I don't know what else they want me to withdraw.
We've withdrawn that one.
Yes.
Okay. Then move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to continue.
He mentioned Kokubuahi. Kokubuahi is not a member of this house. And by our rules, you cannot mention someone who is not in this house.
Honorable members, please. The minister was categorical that somebody from this caucus, this side, Kokubuahi is not part here. So if it is Kokubuahi, fine. But your statement was not in reference to Kokubuahi. So that's why I'm asking you, just withdraw that statement and let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why you want me to withdraw, because Kokubuahi said it. When Honorable Speaker was speaking,
Minister, I heard you right. I am saying just withdraw that for me.
Mr. Speaker, which one do you want me to withdraw?
Very well. So move on. Minister, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the good people of this country that even under COVID-19, under the Ukraine war challenges, we've been able to deliver on the access of basic drinking water services, which has increased from 79% in 2017 to 87.7% in 2021. Mr. Speaker, we don't live in a static economy, we live in a dynamic world. And once there's migration, there's movement of people.
I give you 1 more minute.
It will come with a lot of infrastructure. So we'll continue to provide toilet facilities, we'll continue to provide household water to the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the 1 minute. I want to say that we have increased our toilet facilities for the good people of Ghana from 66% to 80%. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to say that we will continue to deliver on our promise. We will continue to provide water for all. We will continue to provide hygienic conditions in the various communities. And despite the achievements made for this sector, even we are still faced with a little more challenges. And I hope that all of us here, knowing the importance and the critical nature and critical element of water, sanitation and hygiene, will support this budget so that at the end of the day, my colleagues on the other side and all of us will benefit from water for all and the free for all, the toilet facilities and the improved sanitary conditions in this country. I want to thank the President for his visionary leadership, for creating a dynamic ministry which is solely in charge of sanitation, water, and hygiene. It's the people within which all of us, our lives revolve. You can't do a break without water. You cannot do energy without water. You cannot do education without water.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let me invite Honorable Dr. Pabla Donko. Honorable, you are ranking and you are therefore entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute towards the policy debate of the 2024 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I will start from paragraph 959. And paragraph 959 of the budget statement quotes 2 Timothy 1 verses 7. And with your permission, I quote, God has not given the spirit, God has not given the spirit of fear, but of courage and of love and of sound mind. Mr. Speaker, sound mind and courage stand out of that quotation. A sound mind produces sound programs, and sound results arise out of sound planning and sound implementation. So when results are negative, when results are declining, it questions the soundness of the mind that produced those programs. Mr. Speaker, the scripture also talks about courage. Courage calls on us to call incompetence, irrespective of where it is coming from. Courage calls on us to wake up and put personal relationships aside and put the interests of Ghana before all else. And that is exactly what we are doing on this side of the House, in consonance with the scripture that the Finance Minister quoted in paragraph 959. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 27, the Finance Minister says 220 million cedis has been budgeted for flood victims. Mr. Speaker, coming from where I come from, where some schools in Blue East are out of session because of flooding, where livelihoods of fishermen have been disturbed because of flooding, where houses have been submerged because of flooding, I find the 220 million cedis budgeted extremely inadequate. Extremely inadequate. Mr. Speaker, 32 districts have been affected by this flooding, whether the spillage effects or natural flooding arising out of excessive rainfall, and so forth. 220 million to be budgeted, Mr. Speaker, is inadequate. The statement totally omits resettlement.
Honorable Babadonko, hold on. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours is 2. So, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27, in naming the regions where the floods have been affected, completely ignored the northern region and also ignored the northeast region. The Pandai district in northern region, the Pandai district in the northern region is seriously affected. Waliwali and Nerigu areas have also been affected, and so these have been ignored in naming the areas that. And Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that if you are listing the regions affected, don't leave two regions out. There is a very vague mention of resettlement if some facility is assessed. And so there is no direct budgetary allocation for it, that in terms of resettlement, they are going to assess some facility. As to whether that will be successful or not, Mr. Speaker, my people feel very let down. Paragraph 108 talks about the contraction of industry. Mr. Speaker, as a ranking member for employment, when industry is contracting, when industry is declining, when the role of industry in GDP is diminishing, it's cause for worry. If after 1D, 1F, and I'm happy the Minister for Trade and Industry is here, if after 1D, 1F, industry is still declining, indeed industrial output is reducing, then, Mr. Speaker, there must be something seriously wrong with our planning and programming. Are we targeting the wrong factories? Are we targeting the wrong areas? Or we are just slapping 1D, 1F on existing factories and therefore not leading to a real increase in productivity? Mr. Speaker, this is so important. Paragraph 110 is even more distressing for the future. Manufacturing, electricity, and construction also declined within the first quarter of 2023. Mr. Speaker, when you have construction and manufacturing declining, you cannot create jobs. Construction and manufacturing create real blue-collar jobs. We have an economy where these are declining. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be grateful if the budget and the managers of the economy go back to school. And I say that with all seriousness. If the results of critical sectors that you have presided over for 7 years are declining.
Honorable Member, I'm not waiting for anybody to even intervene with this. Please kindly withdraw that from me. Kindly do that for me.
Mr. Speaker, on your directive, I withdraw, but I replace it. They should go back to revise their notes.
Okay, that one I can take it. But you say to go back to school, I wouldn't take that one.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I withdrew. But school is used in a context. When you come out with projects and programs after 7 years, manufacturing is declining, construction is declining, how do you create the real jobs, the blue-collar jobs? How do you create them? It simply means you got your diagnosis wrong. It simply means you got your policy wrong, or you got your implementation wrong. So something is definitely broken, and it must be fixed going forward. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 164, crude oil production declined by 9.54% compared to the same period 2022. Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, 3 producing fields were inherited by this government. 3 producing fields were inherited by this government. 3 producing fields. Mr. Speaker, today we still have the same 3 producing fields, and those fields are declining in productivity. I'm not saying it. I'm quoting the appropriate paragraph in the budget statement. Those 3 fields are declining. We see no evidence of any addition to what they inherited. If your father leaves you with an inheritance, and the inheritance suffers only consumption without addition, productivity will definitely decline. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 654, 6 units of the Ameri plant have finally been transported to Anumaso around Kumasi. They have not been commissioned. They have not been installed. They have only been transported. Meanwhile, we took over the Ameri plant, fully paid for, more than a year ago. So for 1 whole year, all we have done is to transport 6 units to Angomaso. The other 4 units, Mr. Speaker, we are being told will be used to bring to life T3. The plant procured by the party opposite several years ago, which have never produced 1 kilowatt of real power. 4 units of Ameri are going to be used to resurrect that plant. I am happy this is happening because my colleagues, some of my colleagues, let me be fair, some of my colleagues opposite were so critical of bringing in the Ameri plants. Today, posterity has proven that decision right. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 697 talks about 3 producing fields with declining output. Paragraph 697, I didn't say it. So I ask the question, what has the government done to increase production? Either to re-inject the wells to increase well productivity or to bring new fields on stream for 7 years. Paragraph 781 talks about 93,983 youth being enrolled on various youth employment agency models. Do these youth have sustainable jobs? YEA jobs, how sustainable are they? And yet we are proud to say 93,000, we count that as an achievement. I would have been happier if I had been told that 93,000 youth had been put on various apprenticeship programs. Then you see the possibility of real jobs, sustainable jobs arising out of that. Mr. Speaker, I am worried. I am worried because we seem not to take youth employment seriously. We seem not to, we only pay lip service. I am the first to concede that the creation of jobs is not the direct responsibility of government. Unfortunately, we have made that mistake. The creation of sustainable jobs arise out of government creating enabling environment for agriculture to thrive, for industry to thrive, for manufacturing to thrive, for the service sector to thrive. And so when jobs are not being created and we attend cosmetic dressing such as we are doing in this paragraph, then it means the sound planning that 2 Timothy 1 verse 7 calls for, and which the finance minister introduced in paragraph 959 is problematic. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 954 says Ghana has been strategically positioned to mobilize climate financing. Do we have to celebrate positioning?
Honorable, just begin to wind up.
Climate financing has been around for decades. I would have expected that we are told we have solved so much from climate financing and not just positioning. Mr. Speaker, there's no mention whatsoever of working to establish a gold refinery in Ghana, in the Barriet. And yet we are the largest gold producer in Africa. We seem to be getting our priorities wrong. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, Mr. Speaker, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of courage to speak truth to authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Isaac Esiama. Honorable, you are ranking, and you are therefore entitled to 15. You are chair. I'm sorry. You are the chair.
Yeah, thank you, the Speaker.
And therefore entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you, the Speaker. Speaker, I would like to speak to motion number.
The Right Honorable Speaker will just come over to take the seat. Yes.
Okay. 15 minutes, yeah. Yes. So. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah. Right on, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you for this golden opportunity to speak for 15 minutes.
Former Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak for 15 minutes as chair of Western Housing Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy my senior colleague ended on a better note by quoting.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the colleague was just about to make his intervention when, because of the change of button, the time had also started running against him. 1 minute, 11 seconds, when he had not even opened his mouth. But because his microphone was on, it was registered against him. So if we may allow him to begin.
Yeah, thank you, Leader, for the intervention. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to motion numbered 986 on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, as I was indicating to my senior colleague for end on a better note, saying that, or quoting the Bible. Mr. Speaker, I also want to begin by saying that when I was a young man and I entered this house at age 29, I spoke as a young man then. But today, getting to 50, I will speak as a matured person in this house. That is how I want to begin with my submission, Mr. Speaker. I came here a young man as I was 29, the youngest MP here. I was loud, I spoke in this house. Mr. Speaker, maturity helps a lot. Today, I stand here getting to my 50th birthday. At least wisdom should tell me that as a Gesiama should not be the same as a Gesiama as I used to be when I was entering this house. So Mr. Speaker, there should be sober reflection when it comes to debate of such nature. This is a national assignment we are all doing. We are doing for Mother Ghana, for posterity, for generations yet unborn. And so therefore, as a house, we should be mindful of Mother Ghana. We should be mindful of this country. Whatever we do has repercussions for the future. And so our submissions, our contributions will tomorrow tell what we did here when we were here. Students will come and read about what I was saying here. Handouts, when I was reading political science, yes, in Lagos, I used to read about hazards, reports from Parliament. So therefore, if your child reads about your submission in this house, and it's about parliamentary words that are not accepted by society, you yourself one day you say, oh no, this should not have happened. So we should guide by whatever we do in this house. I remember one day, there's a speaker here, he was a leader here. I spoke out loud. He used a word, don't mind that hot-headed young man. Yes, there he sits today as a speaker of this house. He was here. Use that bet on me. I put it over that issue. And I said, oh no, let me calm down. Because I think I wasn't right at the time. So today, I see young people on the other side. When they speak, I say, wow, useful exuberance. Demonstrating all the qualities of a young man. So Speaker, we should gather about whatever we say here because posterity will judge us. So Speaker, my contribution will center on four critical areas.
I thought you should have added that I also told you that even if MPP should win the elections, the position they will give you is Minister for Youth and Sports.
Right.
And you got it.
Yeah, I got it. Just admit we are going to finish my vision. Speaker, thank you for your wise counsel then. And I'm so proud of your wise counsel. Speaker, my contribution will center on four critical areas: water, sanitation, coastal protection, and of course, flood control. Speaker, on top of coastal protection, the strategy of this government has been to protect lives and livelihoods and to protect properties along our coast, and also secure and protect our rich cultural heritage. So Speaker, I say so because your committee visited some of the sites across the country. We went to a site area in Keta or so. We saw about 2 or 3 communities that have been wiped out because of flooding. Today, these communities no longer exist. So our rich cultural heritage is missing in those communities. So coastal protection control is also to ensure that we protect our rich cultural heritage. Let's speak up. I have gone through the documents, the records upon records, and I'm proud to say that the investments made by this government in coastal protection is unmatched in our history. It's unmatched. Record by record, budget by budget. It's so huge, Mr. Speaker. The sites are here. We went to other sites. Your committee went to other sites. We went to Anuabo. We were in Azim, Amalfo, Dansuma, Ambila, Commander. Speaker, a total amount so colossal, so huge, of $180 million has been spent on coastal protection within these 7 years. That is unmatched in the history of this country. For me, this is highly commendable. I'm not saying that we are done yet. No. I'm not saying that because our coastal stretch is about 550 kilometers along the coast. Coastal stretch. Where we need to secure their lives. We need to make investments. It's about 550 kilometers. So this area needs our attention. Though we've done something, we've done it now, we've done something that is commendable. I still believe as chair of the committee that we need to do more to protect lives, livelihoods, protect properties, protect our cultural heritage along these coastal communities. The Speaker, water is key. We are here, Professor, because of water for our health. We have all drank water before we came here. And we are still drinking water and we continue to drink water. Because water is for everything. Water is for our health, for production, for commercial activities, for agriculture, for recreation, for everything we need water. And so investment in water is critical.
water for hydropower is also important. I've also gone through the report or the research of right after budget. So, Speaker, yes. His Excellency Lekufado needs to be commended for his investment in water provision. So far as we speak, urban water coverage is in the neighborhood of 96%. Urban water coverage. The neighborhood of 96%. I'm happy my brother Okujoto has joined us, yes. When I came here, at that time he was doing his service in Parliament here. Those of you met me, senior, how are you? Somewhat, you are doing a great job, eh? I'm proud of you. Mr. Speaker, so we have invested so heavily in water. That for me is critical, is for everything. Because without water, there will be no jobs. Water for industry. Water is for everything. We need water in whatever we do. So I've gone to the figures too, and I'm proud to say that the investment in water as enumerated by the Minister for the sector is indeed the truth. And the figures are all correct. They are here. Upper East Region water supply, for example, an amount of 43 million euros has been pumped into it. Family, 4 million euros. Damango Water Project, 44 million. These figures are here. These are figures I've got from the budgets over the years, over the past 7 years. Total amount of 811 million euros has been pumped into water provision, water supply in this country. That for me is highly commendable. Let's speak that. Then on the issue of sanitation, over the years, this country has regarded liquid, both liquid and solid waste as waste that should be disposed of, thrown away. But there's not like waste in this world. It's not like waste. Everything is productive in this world. So far as you can turn waste, liquid waste, into something so meaningful, something more meaningful, we need to make sure that we put waste into proper use. And here, I commend government for the key role is playing in inviting the private sector to ensure that our waste indeed does not become waste, but they become more productive and more resourceful. Here, we know of the partnership between the government of Ghana and those own growth companies for the plants they are built across the country, or recycled plants they are built across the country. Now, all the 60 regions are getting sewage plants to make sure that our waste will be converted into something more useful. We can get fertilizer, other uses from the waste that we produce. So for me, that should also be commended. Mr. Speaker, indeed, when it comes to flood control, and it's been happening across the country, perennial flooding. Yes, we've witnessed it. Some years back in Circle, we don't know what happened. Flooding, mixed with fire, killed, destroyed properties. In Accra, so parts of this country have suffered same feat as a result of flooding. And so therefore, any investment in the account here too, a total amount of 450 million Ghana cedis over the years, or the past 7 years, has been spent on flood control programs in this country. These are all areas we must commend the government for these key interventions. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this government over the past 7 years has been shown leadership. I'm not saying we are done yet. No, I won't say that. There's still more room for improvement. But this house must indeed grasp that location. As I said, our committee, we went to the site, we visited all those projects, we saw what has been done. And so this house, as a house of accountability, as a house of transparency, must lead the crusade to ensure that whatever we invest, there is value for money, or whatever we do, just that we achieve 3 critical ingredients: efficiency, economy, put together, value for money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you actually used 10 minutes exactly, plus the one bonus that I was asked to give you, so that makes it 11. I'm told we will now be moving to Honorable Vincent Opon Asamoah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. I've sat here, I've listened to my minister.
Yes, you are a ranking member, so you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've listened to my minister, I've listened to my chairman. And all that I could see was monies that we have invested. To what extent are the citizens of Ghana benefiting from that money? If you want to compare water systems that have been constructed by this government and the previous administration, John Dramani administration, Chairman, you don't come near at all. Let me give you some statistics. Since you came for almost 7 years, tell me one water system that you have been able to start and complete. Just tell me one. If you have to tell me that, I'm going to list not less than 10 water systems that was started by visionary John Dramani Mahama. He started and completed all those water systems. I'm going to give it to you. Let me start with one water system. Cape Coast water system, Isachi water system, Akim Oda, Akwetia and Winnipeg. The Cyber 5 district water projects, phase 1 and 2, Konongo, Chebi, and then Kumau. We did expansion work in the water system in Kumasi. Is it Owabi or the other one? We did water expansion over there. So if you want to compare, you have nothing to show to Ghanaians. It's part of all the money that we have received for the sector of water, for provision of water. Delivery of water in the urban and the rural areas. The figures are so frightening. You have nothing to show. You have just received the money and you have nothing to show. Let me give you statistics. The minister stood here and gave Yendi water supply system. You started about 3 years ago. You have done just 10%. 10%. Oh. Tamale water supply system. You started about 3 years ago. You have done 10%. Oh. Damango, you started about 3 years ago. You have done 10%. Oh. Look at Wenchi, the member of parliament of Wenchi is here. You are telling us you have done 36%. Is here whether that is even true. 36%. Sunyani water system, 10%. Keta, you have done 60% there. Members of parliament of Keta, they are here. As to whether even the figures you can even verify them. And then the Secretary Takradi water system, you have done 25%. So in the area of water, please don't come. You have done far better. The good book says, to whom much is given, much is expected. You have received so much. You have received so much. Millions of taxpayers' money. You've taken lots of loans. Even money that we have given to you, you are unable to even execute the project. You sit down, you ask yourself, what is going on? Recently, Chairman, we traveled together. Mr. Speaker, we visited a shop, and the shop we went to buy some groceries. They brought my receipt. I looked on it, and I saw some taxes on it. The man came to me and said, I can see that you are worried about the taxes. I said, no, I'm not worried, because here in the United States of America, you can see what your taxes are doing for you. You can see it. We saw clean environment, quality roads. Water over there is colorless. So once you are paying taxes and you know what your taxes are doing for you, who wouldn't pay taxes? In this country where people are so impoverished, you are looking forward to tax an extra 11 billion. Where are you going to get that money? You get so much into the kitty, but when it comes to how to spend it, that's where the problem is. You don't spend, and you don't spend well. That is the problem. And that doesn't even encourage people to even give you more, because you don't account to the people who give their taxes to you. I must be frank with you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, 2022, your 3 members of parliament here from the Volta region, constituencies that were being on attack by tidal waves. We went as a committee, we visited the place, they made a whole lot of noise.
They were on radio here on the floor of this house. Mr. Speaker, you directed that 10 million Ghana cedis. They gave a 10 million Ghana cedis. And the minister said it was for feasibility studies. 2 years. Even you take the budget. They have not even reported about what has voter rating done to deserve this kind of treatment. They are on attack. We have tidal waves and destroying a lot of houses over there. Human settlement is under attack. In these 3 constituencies, the visionary John Dramani Mahama at least constructed 3 or 4 kilometers of sea defense projects over there. They even did some resettlement. They moved some people from their current location to new location. They constructed some houses for them. And for 3 years, you wouldn't want to do anything about this. What have they done? They have contributed so much to this economy. If not anything at all, you go to voter rate. At least it is the home of the Akosombo Dam. They contribute so much. Look at human capital that we have here. Leadership here, we have some from voter region. From your side, we have some from voter region. But when it comes to the sharing of the national cake, what has voter region done against to deserve this treatment? It's not good. Chairman was talking about massive investment in the coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, Chairman was talking so much about investment in the coastal protection. Let me tell you, we went to some parts in Greater Accra, we went to Central Region, we went to Western Region. Yes, we witnessed some of the projects that were ongoing. For 2 years, do you know what has happened there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing is going there again. Progress of work, if we go to Dansuman, it's just 2%. Progress of work. Dansuman. Ningo Pram Pram. It is just 16% since we left there. 16% progress of work for almost 3 years. Ningo Pram Pram. I have the records here. It is in your budget. You have it here. Mr. Speaker, you move from there, you go to Cape Coast, you go to all the other areas. Progress and projects are almost done. Nothing is going on there. It's either 2 things, the government is not paying them, but when we talk about this, you make a whole lot of noise about this. Mr. Speaker.
Let me just listen to yes.
Mention as the chair of the committee, let me say the record straight. Speaker, the record is here. Level of completion, they are here. All the sites that we visited. Speaker, Anumabo is 70%. Azul is 100%. Amafukuma is 100%. Dasuma is 95%. Amina is 80%. Commander is 96%. Kekos 80%. This cost 70%. Abuadi 45%. You go program 50%. House of Record, I can tell you in evidence here. House of Records here. Here. This hardcore evidence. They are here. You should challenge me on this record. So please, don't conjure any figure out of imagination. These are facts, records. I'm supposed to facts. You challenge me on these facts. We can go to the site tomorrow. This has record. Parliament can tomorrow sponsor us. Let's go to the site. We will go and see freely. Job that has been done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It looks as if my chairman did not even listen to me. We went there 2 years ago. And I'm saying that since we left there, progress of work from what we met 2 years ago. That's what I'm talking about. We went there in 2022. And what this budget is reporting, the progress of work since that time, is what I'm reporting. So you goofed. That is not what I was talking about.
Honorable members, please. No, it's okay. Really, you mentioned something different from what he was talking about. The sectors we are talking about, don't forget, I was minister for 2 years. And so, I know what you are talking about, whether in terms of addition or subtraction, and the projects you are mentioning, I know how they started, where they reached, and now where they've gone to. So he only was talking about since you left those projects 2 years ago, that nothing has happened. That's what he talked about. Now you are talking about a percentage of completion. You didn't talk about the 2 years since he left there, whether something has been added. But you know, I thought you were raising point of order. This one is part of debate. And you had your bite and raised many issues, no reply from there. They listened. Not that they did disagree with you. They would have done, but because was not yet his turn. So please, just be patient and allow him to put across his case. Because as I sit here, I told you people that the temptations are great, but I don't want to be part of the debate. It's not allowed by the rules. So please, honorable member, you may continue. I've taken note of the time, so...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, this House approved $200 million. The money was approved here, and it was from World Bank. The purpose of that money was to construct Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, GARI. 2 years. That was Honorable Atachian. He was the minister then. That was 2019. The House approved it. 2020, Honorable Asenso was here. That the project, they were going to commence the project in 2021. We are in 2023. We are going 2024. Where is the money? You go to the Odom. Go there. What is going on there? $200 million that have been approved for you to improve sanitation in Greater Accra. That one implementation is a problem. Audit report also reported that 65 million of that money, the minister decided to deposit it in COVID funds. 65 million. That was supposed to improve sanitation, one, and then the drainage system in Accra. What has happened to it? And we believe that 2024, we have to launch investigation into this money. Wherever this money has gone to, because the other report is indicating that the money that was loaned to the COVID fund should be refunded so that Greater Accra will benefit from the money. In addition to that, Speaker, 150 million was also approved. Ghana Cedis was approved to improve the drainage system in Accra. And it was supposed to construct about 110 kilometers of drains in Accra. We were also supposed to build retention ponds. You know, when the surface water and it's collected through the drains, we have to build retention ponds where this running water will be accumulated. And at times when we travel to Europe and America, you go and see some of these things and you are so excited. You ask yourself, what are we doing to ourselves? You get the money, construct this so that every drop of rain in Accra results in flooding. I will sit here and you are so happy with your government, what the government is doing. The problem with this government is not resources. You have the resources, but you don't use the resources for intended purpose. The moment you see COVID, then it has gone somewhere. But the auditor general is asking you, prevailing on you, to refund that money so that we can use that money for intended purpose. Are you happy in Accra? When it rains, the little drop of rain in Greater Accra results in flooding. Meanwhile, we have the money sitting there, and for 3 years, we are unable to use that money. And I urge the Speaker that we have to look into this money, and then wherever this money is, we have to look for it. Right, Honorable Speaker, previous contributors have made a lot of issues with quality of water in Ghana. About last week, we were going to Wa, and whilst I was airborne, I took photograph. I don't know, and I knew very well the place was Eastern Region. I saw woman settlement and the devastation by Galamseyers. It is still on my phone. You can't believe this. That these guys are so close to human settlement in Eastern region. You go to Bono, my region, there's no galamsey anywhere. Water bodies are so clean, just like what you see when you travel outside. The minister here was so happy about the fact that they are developing a lot more mining sites. Gold, always looking for money, gold for oil, doubting himself. But you don't know the repercussions of what we are doing. All our water bodies have been polluted. Children are losing their limbs. Health implications, you are a medical doctor, you know the health implications of cyanide. We have polluted all our water bodies. Ghana Water Company, it had to spend so much to even treat water that we drink here. And let me tell you, very, very soon, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, we will start to import water. Quality water, we will start to import water. Greater Accra, Mr. Speaker, every parcel of land have been sold. Works and housing. This is the Ministry of Works and Housing. I used to live just behind the Parliament House. Go there and see. And a very murky deal. Very opaque. We are the oversighting committee. We should know what is going on. They collaborate with private institutions and they dispose of state lands. Is that the way we have to go, Mr. Speaker? No. Mr. Speaker, instead of them going out to build high-rising structures, they are not interested in that. And this is an avenue of money laundering. They are laundering us the stolen money from trade profit. They are laundering it. And future government will have to investigate it. How our lands are being dissipated this way. Minister for Western Housing, Minister for Lands and Forestry. We have to be very careful the way we do some of these things as if the world is coming to the end tomorrow. The world is not coming to the end tomorrow. Think about your children, the future of our children. You are just rushing for money as if there's no tomorrow. You are destroying the environment for your children. My children are grown. Most of you, your kids, they have kids. You are your grandchildren. All the water bodies, you are destroying them because you are looking for money. Good. So if you have all the money, you build all the mansions and tomorrow you are gone. Yes. Mr. Speaker, let me quote.
Yes.
Proverbs 12.
In conclusion.
Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who act faithfully are his delight. I'm losing my voice. Lying lips are abomination to God. Mr. Speaker, where is the one toilet, one household, one toilet promised by Dr. Bawumia? What is it? He went to Abomination and promised that he was going to build toilets for them. Well, what are those projects?
Why you not quiet?
Why? He said he was going to replace Okada with taxi cabs. What is it? Lying lips. You are always lying. And this is on record. You Google, you find Dr. Bawumia's name. As the one greatest liar in Ghana.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the cleaner city.
Honorable members, very early in the morning, we decided to kickstart the continuation of the debate and to plead with the Deputy Attorney General to bid her time for us to do the debate for some time. I think she's been around for all this while. Let's allow her to move the second reading of the two bills. I'm told they are not controversial, so that after that we can come back to the debate. You want to move it forward on behalf of the Deputy Minister?
No, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader told me that once he was away, if there was a pause, I should seek leave and lay my own papers before, it's just laying of papers before the Attorney General's one, which might involve some discussions.
I've just been given that. I've been given that note. So I have it. I have it. Other paper I didn't do.
That's correct, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
so I have it. Let's deal with her first. After that, we can go to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please. Second reading.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We had an objection to the second reading, but once you have directed, we will not dispute that because we thought it was, yesterday, we thought it was a bill that requires a good number of colleagues to be around. And then we also strongly believe that it is becoming a practice that when the Attorney General brings bills to this House, he personally fails to follow up. When it's questions, he does come. But Mr. Speaker, once you have given the directive, we would have, yes. Mr. Speaker, but we will say, we may take the second reading. But for the consideration, we are serving notice. If he is not here personally, we would not. Mr. Speaker, with what our colleague, the Trade Minister, have said, Mr. Speaker, I am reliably informed by the chairman of the committee that they requested critical information to help them make good decisions as to whether this bill should be this thing should be laid. For instance, stakeholder report. You want to amend an existing law. We want to know the impact of that on stakeholders. He is not yet provided those things. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not in support of him laying anything. He said the majority leader told him to lay it, but we are not aware that there's the consensus on laying that one.
No,
so
when we get there, we haven't reached there yet.
Okay, thank you.
We haven't reached there yet. Please, Deputy Attorney General, honorable members, let's take item 39. Motion. Attorney General and Minister for Justice, and this to be moved by the Deputy Attorney General for and on behalf of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Respectfully, I move in terms of item 39 of page 19 of the order paper. I so move accordingly.
Honorable members, 39 is a procedural motion and it has been moved by the Deputy Attorney General for and on behalf of the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now take item 4040. Motion. Deputy Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, respectfully, I move in terms of item 40 on page 19 of the order paper. I so move accordingly. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, the purpose of the Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023 is to establish the Ghana Industrial Property Office for the protection and use of patents, trademarks, industrial designs, geographical indications, and recently the plant varieties that has been established under the Plant Varieties Act. Honorable Speaker, intellectual property, as we all know, is a valuable asset in Ghana. And as a country, it is imperative that we provide ways to support and strengthen our intellectual property system, as well as the fact that Ghana is a member of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, and a respectable member also of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO. Ghana, as you are aware, is also a signatory to a number of treaties and conventions on intellectual property. Following the establishment of a copyright office to provide for protection for copyright-related works like music, like films, like become crucial for Ghana to consider intellectual property, which is the industrial property. It has also become Ghana to establish an office specifically for the protection of industrial property rights and increments for the management of intellectual property. There is no doubt, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, that the Ghanaian economy stands to humongously when we put in place a strong intellectual property regime. Globally, innovators are making intellectual property protection decisions in the context of an increasingly global marketplace. Intellectual property rights are also increasingly becoming the currency with which businesses use to secure competitive advantage in the global market space. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Ghana Industrial Property Office, when established, will not only promote the development of intellectual property rights, but will also promote the use of industrial property rights towards development, growth, and competitiveness of industries in the country. Respectfully, the Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill seeks to establish the Ghana Industrial Property Office, as I've indicated, with the object of promoting intellectual property rights in the country. To achieve this, the office is required under the bill to ensure the implementation of relevant industrial property laws, make recommendations to the government on matters related to industrial property, promote and facilitate the training of intellectual property human capital in the country, and promote the commercialization of intellectual property rights. Honourable Speaker, the benefits of strengthening Ghana's intellectual property regime cannot therefore be overemphasized. The establishment of the office will not only contribute to social and economic development of the country, but will also provide a modern, balanced system of intellectual property rights that improves the business environment, encourages innovation, know-how and technology transfer, facilitates productivity improvements, investment, competitiveness and exports. This will ensure that an efficient automated industrial property management system and electronic copyright register is put in place. And so in conclusion, dear Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, it is our respectful expectation that this Honourable House will assist in achieving the intended purpose by facilitating the passage of the bill. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second the motion that is ably moved by the Deputy Attorney General. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I submit your committee's report accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as has already been said by the Deputy Attorney General, the committee agrees to what the ministry had proposed, and we believe that if we set the Industrial Property Office, it would help the country. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would want to go to the recommendation and conclusion, and I pray that the Hansa Department captures the report in its entirety. After considering the policy rationale of the bill as contained in the accompanying memorandum, the committee is of the considered view that the establishment of the Ghana Industrial Property Office will facilitate effective exploitation of innovative knowledge towards the realization of the medium-term industrial transformation agenda of Ghana, as well as securing competitive advantage in the global market. The committee recommends that the ministry should consider realigning the Copyright Office and Industrial Property Office under one umbrella body of Intellectual Property Rights Office to maximize their benefits through effective coordination and supervision. In the meantime, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the Ghana Industrial Property Office Bill 2023 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved for the consideration of the House. As you know, it's second reading. We need no seconded, but it's been seconded already by the chairman, and the committee report has been presented. So please, is now for your consideration. If you are satisfied, I put the question. Those in favor, say aye. Honorable Blackwell.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance based on Article 104 of the Constitution, considering that this is a major business of the House, second reading, and Mr. Speaker, you want to put the question. I've been looking at the numbers in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, 104 provides that, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, looking around, both the minority group and the majority group, I doubt we are even up to 1/3, considering the importance of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we are satisfying the requirement under Article 104 of the Constitution.
Honourable Member, you yourself, you are not certain of what you are saying. You haven't given us any numbers to show that we don't constitute 1/3. You said you are not sure, you doubt whether we got. Yes, you say you doubt. And so you have not given numbers. We are 275 members. What is the number that is present? Because it talks about members present and voting. Yes.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I made the point earlier that we are not even up to 1/3. I doubt that we are.
I don't know. I don't know.
And Mr. Speaker, I've just done a quick count. We are 46. We are 46. Those present in the chamber. So
I will
present and voting.
Call on the table office to count the number present and let me know. In the meantime, I'll put the question. And when I get the figure, then I'll determine. I'm supposed to tell them to ring the bell, but I actually don't think there's any provision on that. You only ring the bell at the beginning of the sitting, but this one is only practice we're doing it, but there's no standing order on it. So I will still put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to establish the Ghana Industrial Property Office for the protection and use of patents, trademarks, industrial designs, geographical indications, and plant varieties, and to provide for related matters.
Yes. You want to say something, Deputy Whip, majority?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm wondering if we are proceeding with 41.
Why are you wondering? We are yet to complete the 40. So I'm just going through the motion. Honorable members, we will have to defer the decision because as at now, the number available is 51. 51. That is even after the ringing of the bell. 51. Initially, we had 47. 4 more people came in to add, so we have 51 now. The decision, and we will do that tomorrow. The Deputy Minister can move the next motion.
Thank you once again, Right Honourable Speaker. Respectfully, I move in terms of item 41 at page 20 of the order paper. I so move accordingly. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is the same procedural motion. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Please, you can now move the substantive motion, item 42.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Respectfully, once again, I move in terms of item 42 at page 20 of the order paper. I so move respectfully. Mr. Speaker and honourable members of Parliament, the purpose of the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Ghana Bill 2023 is to establish the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Ghana to promote the study of insolvency and train insolvency practitioners. The bill is part of the processes of legal reforms that are being initiated by the Ministry of Justice, aimed at improving the quality of the legal regime for corporate bodies and the administrators due to insolvency. As part of the reform, the Company Insolvency and Restructuring Act of 2020, Act 1015, was enacted by this Honourable House. Act 1015 reenacted what was then the Body's Corporate Official Liquidation Act of 1963, Act 180, which was also passed at the time that the Companies Act of 1963, Act 179, was enacted. To incorporate and enhance the dimension of the liquidation of companies and provide for the regulation of insolvency practitioners and the proper administration of insolvency proceedings to ensure accountability and efficiency. Honourable Speaker, subsection 2 of section 171 of Act 1015 mandates the minister responsible to ensure that within 2 years after the coming into force of Act 1015 that the Ghana Association of Restructuring and Insolvency Advisors is established under the Act. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Association of Restructuring and Insolvency Advisors was incorporated somewhere in 2006 as a company limited by guarantee under the then Companies Act of 1963, Act 179. It was an advocacy group made up of professionals with an interest in restructuring and insolvency. The Ghana Association of Restructuring and Insolvency Advisors, GhanaWeb for short, was registered as a professional body and played a leadership role in corporate restructuring, business recovery, and insolvency advisory services in Ghana. Right Honourable Speaker, under Act 1015, the Registrar of Companies is mandated to establish an insolvency services division to, among other things, regulate insolvency procedure under the Companies Act, Act 992, and under Act 1015, and any other relevant enactment, and oversee the administration, restructuring, and insolvency proceedings of insolvent companies in the country. However, respectfully, in terms of the training and oversight of these insolvency practitioners, comparable to professional bodies within Ghana and in other countries, there is neither a comprehensive piece of legislation nor an independent and autonomous professional body with the requisite statutory backing to ensure that the practice by qualified and experienced insolvency practitioners with expertise to recognize the indicators of insolvency and assist ailing companies to implement structures leading to a state of recovery. Mr. Speaker, the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Ghana Bill therefore seeks to transform GhanaWeb, the advocacy group, into a Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners to support the Insolvency Services Division of the Office of the Registrar of Companies in the regulation of insolvency services by, among other things, promoting the study of insolvency, ensuring that those insolvency practitioners uphold the highest form of ethical standards and also have the requisite qualification and training in insolvency practice. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides the legal framework for the training of these insolvency practitioners that are envisaged with the required specialization and technical expertise to support the regulatory role of the Office of the Registrar of Companies, as I've earlier indicated, under Act 992. The bill will also ensure that insolvency practitioners are trained through a structured syllabus system for qualification to enable them possess professional competence of comparable international standards and are also regulated by very strong code of ethics. The bill seeks to position the Office of the Registrar of Companies, who is the regulator of insolvency practice. Even though the Office of the Registrar of Companies is the regulator, the bill evinces the interdependent roles of the Office of the Registrar of Companies and the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practices, Ghana, for the purpose of ensuring that both entities guarantee a robust and efficient regime for insolvency practice. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, alongside the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, and the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act 2020, Act 1015, the bill is expected to provide the required legislative framework for the provision and insolvency services in the country. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, it is the expectation of the Ministry of Justice that this House will assist in attaining the objective of the bill by its passage. I thank you for your kind attention.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion ably moved by the Deputy Attorney General. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I submit your report accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to make two corrections in your report. Mr. Speaker, at page 7 of the report, the second paragraph, last line, a wrong reference was made, and the last but one line should read Section 7 of the Corporate Restructuring and Insolvency Act 2020, Act 1015. So it must read pursuant to the Corporate Restructuring and Insolvency Act 2020, Act 1015. Mr. Speaker, and the same correction at page 17, the second paragraph, last line should also read pursuant to Corporate Restructuring and Insolvency Act 2020, Act 1015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because the learned the Deputy Attorney General had presented the bill and educated us very well on this, I will read the conclusion whilst I pray that the Hansas Department captures the report in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, after thoroughly examining the bill and its accompanying memorandum, the committee noted that the bill seeks to operationalize Section 171 of the Corporate Restructuring and Insolvency Act 2020 Act 1015, and also strengthen the capacity of the Registrar of Companies, the performance of the functions of Registrar as an official liquidator pursuant to the Corporate Restructuring and Insolvency Act 2020 Act 1015. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Ghana Bill 2023 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved, seconded for the consideration of the House. There be no consideration. I take it that members are satisfied with what has been presented, and I'll put the question. Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you had earlier on ruled on the application made by the Honorable Okujetu Ablakwa when he raised the issue of Article 104, quorum. Speaker, you had earlier on informed us that we have 54 members of Parliament from the head count, from the count. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, it indicates that we do not even have 1/3 to continue the business we are doing. He had earlier on raised that we do not have quorum to make decision. But the situation now is even more than making a decision. Even to continue with 54 members, Mr. Speaker, is a problem. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to maybe ring the bell again, because this is a major bill, and if we are to take a decision, we need members to be present before we can take a decision. I'm sure a lot more members would like to contribute to it, but the numbers we have is not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Office, may you count the numbers again? Well, there's a time lapse between that time and this, so let's make sure we get the correct numbers. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the Minority Leader direct you that you should ring the bell. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say that you should cause the bell to be rung. That the Speaker should ring the bell. That really is something. But Mr. Speaker, to make effective use of the time, I think we're dealing with the debate.
It's rung the bell already.
We're doing the debate. So if we could truncate this exercise and recline to continue the debate so that we suspend further debate on the two bills. So perhaps at a more propitious time, we could engage in the debate on the constitution stage, but revert back to the debate on the budget. Because that one will not involve any decision today.
Honourable members, I don't know how many of you learned the song Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle all the day. You all learned it in primary school. And during Christmas time, You definitely hear it over there. So that is what is happening today. We have 53 present in the House. So I'm just waiting for the usual 10 minutes. Honorable members, we have to also defer a decision on this item to tomorrow. We still don't have the numbers. We don't have the quorum. So item 42 is also deferred until tomorrow. Now, leadership, do we move on to questions or we continue with the debate? I've seen the Minister for Interior. He's been around for some time, and there are some urgent questions answered by him. So, we take the questions, then we end up with the debate. Yes, Minority Leader. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my attention has been drawn that you have already directed the Minister to come for the questions.
I was asking for guidance.
I was going to say that we finish the debate.
The debate so first,
we still have
before the questions.
Yes.
Well, you still have a lot of names outstanding. From the list you gave, your side still have 5 more names, and then to the majority side have 3 more names outstanding. It was your turn when we moved on to the turn of the minority when we moved. Yes, majority. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so far, from our side, we've had 8 colleagues that have had the bite already, and we are left with Honorable Chiwate and Honorable Elizabeth Ajare to speak, to give
Unless
us 10 names.
The decision is that you are now not going to have 13 of the list you gave me. After one name I've been taken out, it's level 13. And so if how many had their chance? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 13. It's level 5.
Mr. Speaker, we prepared extra colleagues to prepare for the debate, but the understanding is that 10 will speak for today. So our cutoff point will be number 10. But unfortunately, the Honorable Gisela is not available today, so we are changing her, and then to allow the Honorable Elizabeth Ajare to speak instead of Honorable Gisela Tete Abuchie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, from our side is the turn of Honorable Andrew Chiwate to speak. And Honorable Elizabeth will speak.
I have no problem with that, but the list you gave me, they are here. Two copies. And the total is 14. So when you take out Honorable Gisela Tete Abuchi, it's level 13. That's what I have here. The later decision that it should be 10-10 has not been communicated to me. And so, yes, if it is 10-10, then from your side is the turn of Andrew Chiwate And then after that, you say I should take Dr. Market Nawani. That's true. But on the other side, they gave a list of 10. And it's left with 2. Honorable Dr. Prince Amma and Honorable Nin Noi Hansen Norte. That's what I've been given. Yes, so do we go to the debate? Right. Then we go to the majority side and yes, please.
I did not hear my name. I understand I'm the next in line.
So you are level 3?
Yes, they have done yes. So
well, then let's take Honorable David Opoku answer 10 minutes.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. For this House to approve the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Majority Leader.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation Campaign.